Sorry to interrupt all the conversations, everyone, but thank you for all being here. And I'd like, without further ado, to call this meeting together today, which is, as you know, we are going to have public hearings later on our budget. And so everyone, please be prepared for that at 6 o'clock. So without further ado, oh, there you are, over there. Are you going to call the roll today? We don't have a voting thing, so.
The clerk's got the
Looking
roll.
at me.
We're okay, we can proceed.
Deer in the headlights here. We're good? Okay. So let's have Vice Chair Peters do the invocation, please, and then the Pledge of Allegiance.
Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin this meeting. Help us engage in meaningful discussion. Allow us to grow closer as a group and nurture the bonds of community. We pray for wisdom, for strength, for courage to do what is right and good for all citizens. May we put the interests of others above our own. May we act with love for the common good. And may we be good neighbors, recognizing our image, your image, in every person here. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Madam Chair, for that very lovely invocation this afternoon. Now we have a presentation for Tampa Bay Water, and I'd like to call up Charles Carden, the General Manager of Tampa Bay Water, please, to give the presentation. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good, thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. I want to thank you very much for having me today and also putting me up first. I did one of these last week for one of the other members, and I was number 2 on their agenda, but about an hour and a half later, I got up there, so we made sure that's not happening today. I did want to introduce myself. My name is Chuck Carden. I'm the General Manager at Tampa Bay Water, which is your regional water supplier. We were created 25 years ago by you and 5 other member governments to serve you and your water needs. We built innovative alternative water supply sources to meet the region's needs. We have the unequivocal obligation to supply all of the water that our member governments need. And our members include Hillsborough County, Pasco County, Pinellas County, and the cities of Newport Richey, St. Petersburg, and Tampa. Tampa's membership is a little bit unique from the other 5. They are allowed to supply up to 82 million gallons a day of an existing source that they had, their surface water treatment plant, but any water above the 82 is supplied by us at Tampa Bay Water. One of our main goals when we were created was to reduce groundwater pumping so that the environment could recover. And we've done that. And doing that all while meeting your water needs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Here's how we currently are meeting your needs through a diverse and flexible water supply system. We use groundwater, river water, and desalinated seawater. But prior to 1998, we relied 100% on groundwater. Now the ratio is 60% groundwater to 40% surface and desalinated seawater. Our current budgeted supply is around 197 million gallons a day, but it does not include the 82 million gallons a day that I said Tampa supplies itself. We currently charge all the members the same wholesale rate at $2.58 per 1,000 gallons. Our members' needs continue to grow. And as you can see here, we have a graph that's depicting all the members and what their 2022 fiscal year the water demands were and our projection for 2027. And as you can see, Hillsborough County and Pasco County dominate with growth going out into the future. And you can see Pinellas County, the third column over, pretty stagnant where you're at now, a little bit of growth. But we are really working hard with Hillsborough County staff right now to add additional pumping and transmission capacity to increase their supply down in South Hillsborough County. We are actually developing a new booster station that may bring up to 7 million gallons a day. We already have a temporary booster station operating, bringing them 5, so an extra 2 million gallons a day. But we're also procuring a new pipeline that's going to come from our regional facility site in Brandon and go down to the area. It's about a 66 million gallon a day water supply going down there that will be online by the year 2028. We also have a new well that we're trying to develop that will bring on another 2.3 million gallons a day to that area. But it's also very important that we try to save all the water we can so that it can offset the need to build new supplies. We have an incentive-based rebate program, and we call it WaterWise. It offers up to 12 different rebates to customers to help us reduce the demand, including toilet and irrigation technology such as soil moisture sensors, and also commercial fixtures such as spray valves, urinals, toilets, and cooling towers. The regional demand plan is to save up to 4 million gallons a day by the year 2030. But demand management isn't going to do it all by itself. We also need to add new water supply to meet the needs of our future demands. This chart shows the current planning horizon, and the gray line on the chart shows the member government demands, but the red line represents the trigger that shows us when we need to expand. And right now, we are expanding our system by increasing the capacity of our surface water treatment plant by the year 2028, and you can see that's the first step up on the red line in front of you. The next water supply is anticipated to be needed by the year 2033, and we estimate we'll need about another 10 to 20 million gallons a day by that time. Our planning process starts with the Master Water Plan, and that is a comprehensive analysis of demand, growth, system reliability, and it includes reviewing hundreds of potential water supply options. We are required to update our master water plan every 5 years, and it helps us to identify projects that can meet needs out 20 years from now. It's our planning horizon. These options are analyzed and screened down to a short list of options that go to a feasibility study next. So our feasibility projects eventually become part of configurations, and later on our board will then vote on projects to move these projects into the design and construction to meet the future needs. We are currently in the first step of the process of our 2023 Master Water Plan update, which is the supply for the year 2033. And so we are now at a proposed short list that we shared with the board at last month's meeting, and they will be included for further feasibility study if the board approves them. With all the screening steps, and these project concepts are all also evaluated using 3 board-approved, equally weighted categories that include the environmental stewardship, cost, and reliability. Here on this slide, I'll show you the short list that we showed to the board. They were recommended for feasibility later on. They represent quite a diverse in location, source of supply, and they have differing yields and cost. You'll see there up there on the options, they range from anywhere from adding additional surface water, expanding our desalination plant, exploring the use of additional groundwater through new well fields or through the existing consolidated well field permit. One option down there under G benefits from the use of credits of injecting reclaimed water to offset freshwater withdrawals. That's Hillsborough County on the coast. They're treating reclaimed water and they're injecting it to keep saltwater intrusion from coming in. But it's also allowing us to potentially take some fresh groundwater inland about 4 or 5 miles. So it's quite a neat concept that we're exploring with them. If approved by the board, the next step of the 7 shortlisted projects will enter the feasibility study phase, And that's where we'll do a more detailed an economic analysis to complete how much the yields are and get down some finer tuning of the cost. Alongside the 7 feasibility studies, we will also be evaluating potential potable reuse projects for future consideration, and we're calling those developmental alternatives. Now, these developmental alternatives are projects that are going to require longer feasibility studies, additional investigation, or just simply the time for the regulators to be able to permit them. So right now, there's no regulations in place for these, the reclaimed water. These alternatives, if they are developed, we expect it to take quite a lot longer to implement, and we aren't expecting any of these sources to be in the 2033 supply timeframe that I mentioned earlier for the other 7 shortlisted projects. But right now, we know that the city of Tampa, Hillsborough County, and actually Pinellas County, you have excess reclaimed water that we could be used for either direct or indirect reuse projects in the future. Where are we now? Next steps in the master water plan. We are nearing completion of the draft version, and we will be bringing that to the board in October for another briefing. We will be also having a town hall meeting scheduled for September 14th with the public, and by September 27th, we hope to bring a draft report to our member governments and their utility staffs. The goal is to, at the November board meeting, have our board approve the 2023 long-term master water plan update and to include moving those 7 projects into the feasibility stage. I'd like to finish my presentation highlighting some of our water quality efforts. The water that we do provide to our member governments meets all federal, state, and local standards. Each year, our communications staff coordinates with your water quality staff on the annual Consumer Confidence Report, and that includes information on the testing and the monitoring of the drinking water. In addition, we recently completed a water quality study that looks at removing total organic carbon to potentially provide your utility greater operational control. One benefit of the study, it does provide the framework for treating contaminants of emerging concern. And I'm talking about such things as PFAS at each of the points of connection to our member governments. And while we're on the subject of PFAS, Tampa Bay Water and the other member governments, we began testing for PFAS as part of the Environmental Protection Agency study this year. Once we have EPA's final regulations next year, the data from the EPA study, we will be making treatment recommendations to our board of directors. If treatment is needed, we need to know where and how much and what type is needed before we make quite a large investment. And with that, I'd be very happy to take any questions.
Questions from any of the commissioners? Commissioner Flowers and then Commissioner Scott.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I really appreciate it. I just have 2 questions, maybe 3. On the slide that showed the short list concepts and letters A through G, and you mentioned the possibility of deep well injecting intrusive water in order and utilizing the water that you would be able to then pull up. So I guess it would be replacing one with the other. I may not be up to speed, but I thought that deep well injecting was not something that was permittable or permissible for us here. Or is that just for certain things?
No, I believe it's still out there. I think you're referring to the project that Hillsborough County's, they're treating reclaimed water and they're injecting it into wells on the coast. And that is basically creating a pressure buildup inland, which is bringing the fresh water in up to the surface, which is allowing us to harvest the fresh water. So they have permits for 2 wells right now, and they've been doing it for 3 to 4 years already on the 1 well, and they just got the 2nd well permit, and they're hoping to do another 5 wells. And so that could yield us, if they put 10 million gallons a day of the treated reclaimed water, that could yield us up to 6 million gallons a day of fresh groundwater inland.
Okay. Because I know even St. Pete was having they had some issues with getting permits for deep well injecting so that's what made me ask the question, was it still permissible? And then I know that we've had the conversations here on a number of occasions about reclaimed water. We want to be able to expand its use to our customers because it's certainly better than using fresh water to water your lawns. But that seasonal operational piece, when you have heavy rains, you have to discharge. But then when you have drier seasons, you want enough reclaimed water to be able to at least service the customers who are currently paying for it. So when you talked about Pinellas having an overage sometimes of reclaimed water, that's a yes and a no for us, depending on what's going on, so.
And we've had discussions with the utility staff in the past, and we plan to have further studies looking at that. What is your excess? What do you plan to do? And looking at the different seasons of how much you might have. So taking an inventory from all the member governments of what is it we'll be working with to be able to do something viable in a project in the future.
Okay, thank you, and thank you again for your presentation, I appreciate it.
Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, Chuck, for being here and for your presentation. You mentioned the PFAS testing. Could you talk about that a little bit? I mean, I realize that EPA hasn't provided guidance on that yet, but what sort of levels are you seeing?
Well, we just started our sampling in July, and we're just now receiving the results for the first quarter. It's going to go on every quarter for a year. And so 5 of the members are all working in conjunction. We worked it out. We're all sampling together. The city of Tampa went out and did a little sampling. They started earlier, and they started in January. So they're already a little bit ahead of us. So we just got the first quarter samples in that are not released yet. We haven't looked at the QA/QC yet, but very soon they'll be coming out. And they look similar to what City of Tampa's found, as far as I can tell you. The levels have been moderately low, but they are, we haven't vetted them yet to put them out. But it'll be probably in the next week or two, they'll be out published.
Okay. Thanks.
Commissioner Eggers?
Yeah, well, first, thanks for being here, Chuck, and thanks for your, how many years of service with Tampa Bay Water?
I've been there 31, so you're 25 years old, and you'll say, how can you be there 25 years since 31?
Yeah.
But we used to be called West Coast Regional Water Supply Authority, and I started in 1993.
Well, thank you for all the years of service. I think it's come in very handy in the last few years. We've had, who knew there was politics in water, but there's tons of it. And I think you've been able to help steady some of the issues that we were having. And so it's great. It's great. I think it's really important that we differentiate between this deep well injection discussion, because I don't want people leaving here with the wrong idea. There was a system that Tampa had come up with, which you would be pumping the water into the ground and it basically bringing it back out. And that was a more direct. Right. It wasn't direct, but it was about as close as you could get. What we're talking about here is putting it into the ground near the water, near the bay, keeping the salt water out, but also at the same time providing water miles away that don't interact. I think that's a big difference, because I think in decades to come there'll be more discussion and residents will weigh in on whether they're ready to have potable reuse. But I don't think we have to worry about that here for a couple decades. But so they're not commingled at all. So I think that's extremely important that people get.
Yeah, it's quite an innovative way to use reclaimed water in a positive manner. Like I said, it's not commingled. It's used as a purpose to help the environment, but it's giving us a benefit of being able to pull potable drinking water inland. So it's quite a unique, innovative project. You're welcome.
Anyone else? Commissioner? No?
And I just wanted to thank Commissioner Eggers and Commissioner Peters. They sit on the board for you, and they do an excellent job. And I have taken a few of you on tours, so I appreciate all of you who have expressed interest in seeing that system. It takes a little time. It takes almost a whole day if we did the whole tour, so I've taken a few of you out, and I really appreciate your interest in that. And also, your administrator, Mr. Burton, has gone with me too, so thank you.
So Barry, before that map goes away up there, I can't recall that we've had a presentation from the general manager up at Crossbar, Albar, in a while. Is it possible for us to have that?
Yeah, we have a few issues to work out regarding the management. I think you'll see some contracts coming your way here. I'm not exactly sure when. I haven't asked that, and Jill's not here, so. But we could certainly, around that same time, provide an update.
That would be really, I'd like to hear it and how
And
things are
for
going
those that
up
don't know,
there.
that's item C on,
Especially because we are, correct me if I'm wrong, we are
D,
paying
item D.
taxes on that property, right?
say again?
Begrudgingly, yeah.
Yeah, there's a few issues. I'd rather Jill address them because I frankly, since we had some of the issues and we had to bifurcate the contracts, I don't know where it's at. So when Jill gets back, we'll let her answer that. But we can, when we bring those in, that'd be a good time to provide an update on Albar Crossbar and their operations.
Good. Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just on that point there, Jewel, did the Supreme Court ever make a decision on that?
Not yet. I know that our attorneys that argued that, including Don, who's back here, wait with bated breath every Thursday when opinions are issued by the Florida Supreme Court, but to date, we have not received an
I mean,
opinion.
that was December last year, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not
wow.
uncommon for
Yeah.
things to take this long, and I don't want to speak out of line, Don can correct me, but I know that he and Christie informed me that there was a similar but not the same case that got argued before the Supreme Court, and there was a thought that perhaps that might slow ours down because they might want to address them both at the same time. Not in a single opinion, but issue both opinions the same day. So it's not uncommon for appellate decisions to take this long.
Got it. Okay. Thanks.
All right, anything else on this issue? No? Okay, very fine. Thank you, Mr. Carden, very much. Now we are on to citizens to be heard, and we don't have any Zoom calls today, but we do have Brett McFarland here. Please come to the podium. State your address, please, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name's Brett McFarland, live at 2218 Tony Wood Lane.
Could go over to the microphone.
Oh, my God, sorry.
Good morning, or afternoon, I'm sorry.
My name is Brett McFarland. I live at 2218 Tony Wood Lane in Palm Harbor. I'm just here to, I'm trying to get a administrative waiver. I'm going to be building a new single-family home for my primary residence in Crystal Beach. And I wanted to be able to build at my lowest finished floor according to FEMA's base flood elevation of 10 feet plus 1 foot of freeboard. In 2021, I built a house on the lot next to this, and at the time of permitting, I was made aware by Pinellas County Building Department that the flood maps were changing and that they were being lowered from AE 12 to AE 10. So I was able to build a lowest finished floor there of 11 feet. And the house I'm proposing to build now was designed to meet the criteria of the lowered flood maps. And it would have to be redesigned if I was to have to build to the new Pinellas County vulnerability assessment of 13.9 feet. And so during the design phase, I checked with the flood maps page according to the voice message of the floodplain administrator, which showed a BFE of 10 feet, and there was no mention of a new requirement of 13.9. So during permitting, when I was finally able to talk to someone about this, they told me the flood map was lowered 2 feet in 2021, only to be raised 4 feet a couple of weeks later. And if I would have been made aware of this at the time, I would have had permitted back then. And I just think I should be able to build according to FEMA's regulations, since this is what the insurance, homeowners, flood insurance is all based off of. And if in the future there is any disaster relief I need, it will be all based off of FEMA requirements and not the Pinellas County Vulnerability Assessment. The redesign and build could easily add another $20,000 or more to the build, along with, property taxes being raised on vacant land. Then also this morning, I found out that I had put in a waiver for a sidewalk since there was no other sidewalks on that street, on that side of the street, or any cross streets they would ever connect to. And it was approved with the condition that I pay another $5,371.05 to the Board of County Commissioners to not build the sidewalk. And I mean, that's about all I have. I just like I said, I was looking for for that administrative waiver.
All right.
That cannot be addressed at this meeting. These are current regulations that are
Right.
passed by the Board of Commissioners. And when the vulnerability assessment was done, the regulations were complete, we were very clear about our intent in moving that process forward. And so, but it's a permitting issue.
So I trust somebody from Tom's department will talk with him. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Next is David Balaguetis Jr. And you'll have 3 minutes, Mr. Geddes.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live on Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. Based on Pinellas County Resolution 95-286, Section 4C-2, stating absolute bill of sale and release of lien, the county has been sold in absolute to the Water District, recognized in statute law as a 30-year fee simple transfer of title. As sold, the county ad valorem property tax lien is effectively obsolete. Pinellas County Home Rule Charter, Section 2.04Q, recognizes this fee simple title sale as a transfer of county function and power. Such transfer of the county to the Water District is seen in Statute 373.0691. The non-ad valorem charge underpinned on the county ad valorem property tax lien is the underpinning of a non-uniform charge in the form of a non-ad valorem levy to support an unduly elected body of government. Based on Statute 197.3632, the non-ad valorem Water District levy is not based on the millage rate. Nothing of the non-ad valorem unduly elected Water District levy is in line with the current method of charges reflective of the county ad valorem property tax lien. The non-uniform charge is in violation of the uniform clause in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 1 and 4, as required by the United States Constitution, and is recognized as being an act of rebellion in the 14th Amendment. Contriving and invoking a capricious third-party mortgage certificate against residential properties is the ad hocing of a non-duly elected form of political undertaking that adversely shapeshifts power from the county into the hands of unelected despots and privateers intent on privatizing government and directly taxing the civilian population, claiming eminent domain of residential properties and enslaving us, as revealed in Federalist Paper number 54. As it moves forward, the current charges appear to be incongruent with anything other than an insurrection and may be viewed as an actual invasion, as based on Article 1, Section 10 of this Constitution, implicating all persons and individuals involved. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we are on consent. May I have a motion for consent?
Move approval.
It's Been moved by Commissioner Flowers, seconded by Commissioner Peters. All those in favor, please say yes. Yes. Okay, thank you. And now we are on item 10, or 11, I'm sorry. Barry?
Yep. Item number 11, Commissioners, is an agreement with Train USA for the Central Energy Plant. There are some services that we have removed out from the contract, which results in a 7% reduction. Those items will be handled by our own staff.
Okay. What are your wishes,
Move
ma'am?
approval.
It's been moved by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Scott. All those in favor, please designate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. Number 12, Barry.
These are revisions to the capital project funding program guidelines from the Tourist Development Council, adding a project or maintain minimum room nights and attendance thresholds, eliminating the TDC Capital Project Funds Committee, and replacing it with a staff evaluation and scoring process. Revise the criteria to include contributions of the project to the county strategic plan and projected minimum room night and attendance growth, and a revised point system to, with the criteria from a maximum of 1,000 points to a maximum of 100 points.
Okay. Members, what are your wishes? It's been moved by Commissioner Justice, second by Commissioner Scott. All those in favor, please designate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Number 13, Barry.
This is a MSTU for $20,000, and this is for the Palm Harbor Museum. There's 2 wooden porches that this will provide an architect, will provide construction documents, and design a historically appropriate and hurricane-rated canopy roof feature and structure for that project.
It's been moved by Commissioner Eggers, second by Commissioner Peters. Commissioner Scott, do you have a point or question?
Yeah, just a comment. With Palm Harbor having its Main Street designation reinstated, there's likely some grant money that could be applied for this. So, I mean, $20,000 isn't a lot of money in the big scheme of things, but there's likely some grant money available. So I don't know if we maybe want to, delay this maybe till next meeting to look into that, or if we just want to keep that in mind for the future. But
This is actually for the architect, so this would get us to where they could apply for grant funds, because then you still got the construction.
right,
Is
okay.
that correct, Tom? Or is this for both? The door and for the design of the porch, right?
You're right, Barry, it's the design, but it includes the replacement of the door.
But-
There will be a second phase that we can potentially apply for grant dollars. Yes.
Okay, so this will give them, because typically you have to have the design or something to apply, so this would give them, so we could probably apply that way.
Okay, all right, sounds good.
All right, we're good? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Number 14, Barry.
This is a MSTU for $18,695 for the Palm Harbor Merchants Association. This is for generators, 10 by 10 tent, this is so they can do community events.
Move approval.
It's been moved by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Eggers. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Number 15, Barry.
This approval of first option renewal with PEMS, and these costs are included within the proposed budget, but it'll simply have to be modified if the 5% cost of living is not approved as part of the final budget. But this is to extend their current contract. First option of renewal.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Flowers. All those in favor, please designate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, number 16.
This is a grant funding agreement with the State of Florida Division of Emergency Management. This is disaster relief funding associated with Hurricane Nicole.
Way back yonder.
Way back.
Move approval.
Things move slow.
Move approval.
It's been moved by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Peters. All those in favor, please designate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, number 17, Barry.
This resolution, as we had discussed in a work session, establishes the general fund reserve levels at a minimum of 20.8%, which is 2.5 months.
Second.
Been moved by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Flowers. Oh, I'm so sorry. David?
Well, we had a nice presentation this past week on a Tuesday at breakfast. Former Senator Brandis talking about different ways of looking at policies within the state, the county, et cetera. And one of the things he talked a lot about was having best practices observed. And so for me, the GFOA talks about best practices for this being, I think, at 16.7%. It doesn't make it arbitrary, it just makes it what a most conservative group of finance people recommend. And I think that's important because even the one that we're talking about for the budget here this year, we have it at 20.8, but there's other items that are included in addition to the 20.8%. But I think all that aside, I think it needs to stick with, and we'll be increasing it from the current 15% to the GFOA recommendation of 16.7. We have other funds that we can tap in the county if we ever get in a real bind. As we just saw, even though it takes time, we'll have monies that will be reimbursed through the process. I just don't think we need to be holding on to a lot of extra money. And I think again, some of the most conservative people that make these recommendations say 16.7% is the appropriate amount, and that's what I would support. So I'm not going to support the motion. Thank you.
All right. Any discussion on that? No? All right. All those in favor, please designate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, the nays are Commissioner Eggers. Peters, did you vote? No. Oh, you voted no? Okay. Eggers, Latvala, and Scott voted no. All right. Okay. Now we are on number 18.
Commissioners, I'd ask that this item be pulled. This is a piece of property that's adjacent to our botanical gardens. This is an extension on the option of time. They need more time on this, so I'd ask that we pull this item.
All right. So item 18 is being pulled, correct?
Correct.
All right. And now we are on 19.
19 is a resolution amending the county's investment policy. The bullets are explain the investment committee and the impact of recent legislation driving the change.
Question.
Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, I kind of zipped through just on the red line. I certainly didn't zip through reading the whole thing, but I just wanted to see the changes that were being made. It seemed like the substantive one was talking about registered money market funds and portfolio maximum and issuing limitations. And I just want to make sure that, is that the major change, or are there other things?
We'll get the expert right up here.
Yeah.
You are absolutely right. Jeanette Phillips from the clerk's office, Chief Deputy Director of Finance. Oh, wrong one.
They keep going to the wrong one.
Sorry about that. Jeanette Phillips, I'm from the clerk's office, Chief Deputy Director of Finance, and you're correct, it's the threshold changes that we're doing. And then the second piece is a legislative change that deals with what investment decisions can be based upon. And it's requiring that no investment decision be based upon social or political or self-interest type things.
The 50%, you're going from 10 to 50% maximum on investing in money market funds?
That's correct.
We're just providing a little more leeway for money market
It's
investment.
providing more leeway, but the money market fund is backed by treasuries and agencies, so it's still very low risk.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Now we are on,
Move it. Second.
it's been moved by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Eggers. All those in favor designate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. And number 20, Jewel?
Under item number 20, I'm requesting authority to file suit in the case referenced in your agenda memo. This will be an action to foreclose on a special magistrate lien that arose out of a code enforcement proceeding.
Okay. Been moved by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Scott. Did I hear you say yes? Commissioner Scott? Yes. Did you second it? Okay, all those in favor, please designate by saying aye. Okay. 21,
Item 21 is a similar action where I am requesting authority to file suit. This will be an action, again, to foreclose property upon a special magistrate lien that arose out of a code enforcement action.
it's been moved by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Scott. All those in favor, please say yes. Aye, okay. Number 22,
Under item number 22, I'm requesting the board to adopt the resolution approving the early extension of the 2023 tax rolls. This is something that you all have done pretty routinely for many years now. This will allow and direct the property appraiser to extend the tax rolls on an interim basis prior to the conclusion of the Value Adjustment Board proceedings. Those proceedings have been taking much longer over the past several years. This action is requested by the tax collector to allow the property appraiser to deliver the rolls in a manner that is early enough to allow the tax collector to meet his statutory deadlines for mailing the tax notices.
okay. Very good explanation, thorough. Been
Second.
moved by Commissioner Peters, second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Flowers. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, number 23,
I have no reports.
no reports. Barry, County Administrator report.
Okay, Commissioners, 3 reports. One, you notice that Kathy Perkins is not here, and that's because she's doing what she does best, which is being out there and on the front line of trying to direct our recovery efforts. And we didn't want to distract her from that. However, she provided me a kind of an update this morning, and so I wanted to kind of provide that to you. So we have state and FEMA people on the ground working for additional services under the individual assistance and rental assistance. We had 3,623 residents that have so far registered for individual assistance. We have disaster survivor teams that are going into the impacted areas and working to update applications, help people fill out information directly. FEMA's verifying damages for applicants and therefore determining eligibility. Approvals for such program for individuals and households include housing assistance, repairs, rental assistance, and other needs that are occurring. We're also working on additional locations for disaster recovery centers, and we'll coordinate with state and federal inspectors in doing so. For public assistance, the estimates as of yesterday were $22.8 million. EMA's working to schedule a joint preliminary damage assessment for public assistance with the state and with FEMA. Small business loans are also available. Low-interest disaster loans are available, and they're trying to get that information out. We're also coordinating with our Department of Children and Families for SNAP-impacted zip codes. So far, what we have identified is 10 destroyed homes, 821 with major damage, 1,033 with minor damage, an additional 828 that are affected, with total damages for 2,692 homes. What we're also trying to clarify is there are homes that had 2 or 3 inches of water, but there was also sewage overflow in that area. We can reclassify them from minor to major damage. So we're trying to make sure that we get the correct way in which the classification is occurring. It has a major impact on what they're eligible for. We also have teams from BDRS and Human Services working with both Twin Cities and Mariner Cove mobile home parks. These areas were heavily impacted, have repeated flood repeat flood areas, and it's very, very difficult when you're in those areas to try to get people assistance, especially if you're a renter. Because if you're a renter, where do you go? You know, and so we've got teams working on that, and you'll hear more to come because we have to address that. We're addressing Mariner Cove, and over 5 years ago, we had the same issue addressed there, and we're back and repeating the same thing over and over and over again. We need better long-term solutions for that area. Agencies that are helping, we have American Red Cross. They have a shelter in St. Petersburg. They're providing feeding and cleanup kits and maybe offering some additional financial assistance So far, they've provided over 700 meals and continue to serve the mobile home parks that are impacted. We have a shelter at Allendale United Methodist Church. We have Salvation Army providing feeding and cleanup kits. And we also have voluntary organizations helping to coordinate assistance, including finding vouchers for hotels and things. We have 9 local hotels that have offered discounts for rooms for those impacted. There's other crisis cleanup groups that are volunteering. You can see on the map that this is, it's kind of our heat map of where the assistance is being provided. As you can see, it's along the entire coast and also up on the bay. So that provides you a quick update. We will certainly have more. It's still a big work in progress.
Madam Chair, can I?
Yes, Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, just a quick question, Barry. Your numbers weren't the same there. Are these newer numbers or the ones you gave us newer numbers?
Well, these are the properties that are being assessed, and they don't align with the number of reported damages. I'm sure that's because we're doing assessments here, and
Okay.
these are people that have actually filed.
Okay, and what does the no damage mean? Is it they filed and, what does that mean?
Probably, I would have to get Kathy to answer that.
Okay.
My guess is it was reviewed.
It was, review, I got you, reviewed and refused probably.
That would be my guess, but
Okay.
don't hold me to that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, but I just wanted to give you kind of a sense of, we didn't take the hit of the hurricane, but, if you're one of the families that are impacted by this, it's real, And so we're on the ground, we're doing everything that we can, and our teams are working and coordinating with the cities. Shore Acres and St. Pete, it's ground central, and it's really, odd how that storm surge moved and impacted areas differently, and so that gives you just a brief update. We'll have certainly more to come, but I really we're going to continue to push out, and I appreciate commissioners putting out through any means you have to be able to hook people up and where to call and where to get help, because getting that information out obviously is very, very difficult. So we'll continue to work on that.
And Barry, we're going to have an after-action report that kind of tells us a little bit, because we were hearing all the messaging and then we had this effect. It's nice to understand after the fact how those connect and being on this side of the storm versus the other side of the storm and what that really translated for
We
us.
will
So-
absolutely, and I'll have Kathy in for that. But we'll do an after-action report, both in terms of the way and our responses and stuff, but how we coordinate and things like that. So yes, we will absolutely do a after-action report after we get through this period. Hopefully, we have time and we don't have another one that we're dealing with. But
Yeah, like I remember when we did that one that was coming for us and then turned into Port Charlotte, we were on the, if there's such a thing as a good side.
yeah.
And I don't know what kind of damages we had then. This way, we're on the bad side, and we got, I guess, grazed.
Yeah,
So,
and last year, in Ian, we really got the storm effect, and so you had a lot of downed trees. We didn't get the storm surge. This one, we didn't get the wind, we got the storm surge. And as what I'm going to have Kelly come up, and we're going to put up next, is the way that storm moves. Very, very, very different, And it actually started, and the crazy part is, you're watching the hurricane go north, but the storm surge worked from north to south to impact us. It started up in Tarpon Springs, and it's worked its way down the coast and then into the bay. And so Oldsmar, you didn't even see the impacts of that until 9:30 in the morning. And so it was very different on how the storm surged and how it impacted certain areas. But if we'll bring up the next set of slides, the one thing we definitely saw, and I'm going to let Kelly speak to this, and I toured this area yesterday. This one was a storm surge impact, and as Kelly, I think, highlighted to me, it couldn't have been worse in terms of our beaches, because you had 4 foot, 5 foot of storm surge coming in and just churning, rather than a hurricane with wind coming in and hitting you. The impact on our beaches we already had issues, and now it's so much more severe. So I'm going to let Kelly walk through these slides and the team that took these slides, because they're working with so many different agencies on all of this, and so I'll turn it over to her to provide just a brief update.
Thank you, Barry. As Barry said, as far as our beaches go, with the astronomical high tide that we had, coupled with the storm surge, it was just at the right elevation and the right speed and duration to just tear up our coastline. And we talked to Dr. Wang at USF, who we've been working with for over 20 years, and he said, this is the worst erosion I have seen on Pinellas County's beaches in my entire career. Way worse than what occurred with Hermine. So I'm going to show, there's a red line. There's always going to be a red line or several red lines on these slides. I'm trying to, as a point of reference, but this was taken back in May of 23. It's on Indian Rocks Beach. And so if you take a look at the condominium there, and they've got a nice dune in front of that condominium. And then here, again, just the vegetation type. Most of this is like sea oats, but this is sea grapes. And then we're going to go to Thursday, and you can see the sea grapes are now on the beach. The dune in front of the condo is gone. And, I was out here too all day, and this vegetation out here is not seagrass that's washed in. That is actually roots from the dune. The dune line here is here. We lost all that dune, and you can see this darker line here, that's the high tide line. We literally do not have dry sandy beach at this location anymore. It is gone. This was all dune. This is the roots from the dune system.
Kelly?
Yes, sir.
Real quickly on, I may be in the wrong area, but like, did the dune lines, the old dune lines there, did that define the private property area versus the public beach in this case? In other words, was that all private property that's now gone or partially
Some
gone?
of it is on private property, some of it's public.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's a mix, and you'll see the impacts are different. So this is moving into Paso Grill, or, yeah, I'm out of order here, but that's Paso Grill. And again, just the reference lines around the condo. It's a little dark, but there's a dune walkover right here. And you can see the erosion that has occurred. We knew Paso Grill was eroded before we went out there, before the storm. There's also a dune walk down right next to it that comes out this way, and then it's like a ladder that you walk down.
Kelly, isn't that Land's End's condo? Then it would be Sunset Beach, and the condo behind it would be Envoy Point at Upland Beach, so I think
You are
this
correct, it is Sunset.
This is Sunset Beach.
You are right, Sunset Beach, yes. So I'm just, again, pay attention to that dune and those walkovers. And it's gone.
Flip back to the other one first. Okay.
Okay, so there's the dune walkover. That is an eroded dune. It's about, let's see, when I was out there, it was over my head. I'm 5 feet exactly tall, so if that's a frame of reference, it was over my head. And then it's just gone. These were buried as part of a older project, a relict wall that are now exposed. This is 50 Gulfside condominium on Indian Rocks Beach. In 2018, we worked with 50 Gulfside extensively. When they provided their easement, they wanted to construct a dune in front of their condo. They worked very hard at getting it vegetated and maintaining it and trying to get it to build. And it's gone. And their seawall is undermining. They've got some major structural issues going on out here. Right, again, we're looking at the dunes as our reference point and some of the buildings back here. Also note where the folks are sitting, all right? People don't sit in the dunes. They tend to sit on the dry beach as close to the water as they can, even though the high tide line is right there at this point. And it's gone. The entire dune is gone, and the high tide line is back here, and these are sunbathers. So they're now where the dune used to be. because this is low tide. As we were working from north to south, the tide came in, and then it was going out. And when we got out here, the tide was starting to go out. But this was all underwater earlier in the day. This is North Reddington Beach at one of their beach accesses. And as you can see, this vendor has, has lounges and umbrellas out all the way. You can see the dry beach out here. And again, you can see the high tide line is back here. So there's very little between
Kelly, do you know
these.
if their basement flooded in that storm?
I don't know. I can tell you when we were out there, there was a lot of cleanup going on. I mean, these folks were pulling up, you can see all the sand piled up here. They were pulling up the pavers on their deck. Their pool was filled with
That's the DoubleTree, correct?
debris, yeah. So I don't know. These are just, again, some folks that, we're trying to talk with folks about being more open to dunes, because there are some areas, especially on Sunshine Beach, where dunes did extraordinarily well. I mean, when the dune was well-constructed, the properties behind them are completely protected, and the dunes were very wide, so they didn't lose as much. But, in this case, you see, artificial turf was installed, and you can see the walkway here, and that wall is a frame of reference. And today, it looks like this. So their palm trees, have fallen onto the beach. See where the high tide line is in reference to, their back door.
Have folks been more open to signing easements last week?
Unfortunately not. I did try every time I saw, property owners out there, and especially in an area that I knew where easements hadn't been signed, and in an area of Indian Shores, they told me they were out there cleaning up, and I asked, we're out here looking at the erosion, documenting, would you be interested in reconsidering an easement? And they said, not unless the Army Corps removes the public access and use from the language. Otherwise, I'm not interested. And the water is this close to their house. This is Reddington Shores. I thought I saw this one on.
I walked this with the mayor, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I took so many pictures. I stopped. I mean, we have so many pictures. But yeah, that's their spa, and their pool deck was heavily damaged. The retaining wall that supported all this is gone. This whole stretch was very heavily damaged. A lot of the homes had, undermining of their, of their pilings, and there's going to be a lot of conversation around. I mean, how do you even put something like this back? Or, the bigger question is, should you? And this is again this was getting towards the end of the day, but. Again, just looking at this dune here and all of this vegetation again, this was roots. So we were going down and kind of pulling up to make sure it was actually roots. So that was how much dune we lost, and that's your high tide line right there. So yeah, it was a long day. Talked with a lot of people. There were building officials out there doing assessments as well, and just talking to some of the local government building officials down there, and they're just like, Kelly, I've never seen anything like this. Like, I said, well, here we are. So, got a lot of work to do.
Is that the last of the pictures, I think?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, go ahead.
So we didn't see any of the Bel Air Beach, but when I went up in the sheriff's helicopter,
Yep.
Bel Air Beach, the water line was at those seawalls. There was no dry sand at all. I know it was high tide, but there was no dry sand in Bel Air Beach. And the standing water behind the Sheridan, and of course at Sankey Park, was extensive, the amount of standing water that was in there. And when I was there on the ground, I could see water, but when you're in the air, it was quite visible on how bad it was. So just other comments.
Yeah, Paul Causey called us, and we got a pump out there to start pumping things down in advance of Labor Day weekend. so that they could open the park.
And so, for instance, out in Madeira Beach, in our county parking lot there, the sand was over the wall and the sand filled up our, part of our parking lot. So, where you have your beach access, there was no beach access. They had to dig that out by hand in order to get down to where you even, got down to the sand. And so the helicopter flight that Commissioner Peters went on, literally the sheriff got it to me about 2 minutes before this meeting started. So I've got a thumb drive that I will share with you. So we'll upload it and I'll send it to you. I didn't think you wanted to watch a 50-minute video of driving up and down flying up and down the beach. But when Commissioner Peters was up, the sheriff got me a good video, so I'll share that with you so you can see at your leisure any part of the coastline that you want to see.
We did get a couple of the houses that burned as well, because there were about 6 or 8 fires.
We had 36 fires.
36 fires. I only
Yeah.
know about 8 of them. So
Yeah.
we did get 2 structures that were burned as well.
Yeah. So yeah, I wanted you to see. I mean, it's extensive. So the next question, to Commissioner Lavala's point, is, well, are they going to give up easements? Well, I think the real question is how we're going to address this with the Corps. You're going to go to the meeting tomorrow. You're not going to hear anything you haven't heard. It's going to be a repeat of the Corps' policy. It is, but we're still working. So we've got. I want to stress that, one, Kelly's working on emergency beach repairs. Okay, we can't just go to Home Depot and get place sand and dump it out on the beach. It's got to be permitted. It's got to be designed, and so she's working on that now. So we're not just going to wait for the Corps. We're working on that actively. She's also working on if we can somehow resolve these issues, or we do it on our own, what's the long-term design of beach nourishment. We're working on those. So those are going on regardless of all these other conversations. But we're also working on what are the things that, where can we find a gap? Can we modify the language to where it's not public, okay, with the Corps, for instance? That would appease the property owners that don't want that portion to be public. But, those are things we can't answer. The consultant we hired we're gonna be meeting with him and talking through options, ideas, and getting his expertise. He is a former Corps employee, high up employee, and it's kind of given us that sense. We also have a separate effort to coalesce all the 10 counties that were impacted. That's a bigger job than you think, because even though they're impacted, they go, well, wait a minute, we've got a current permit in. We don't want to do anything to upset the apple cart, And so we've got that effort going. And so we're going to be over at the FACT Policy Conference presenting and or using that opportunity to bring people together to try to advance that. So we've got a lot of multi-pronged approaches to this, but to specific in terms of where we go with that, we're going to assess. We're going to talk to our consultant, and then we're going to come back here soon and talk to you about ideas and thoughts about strategy on where we go with this. But we're not just sitting back and waiting for the strategy. We're also looking at what we can do immediately.
Barry?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Are you done, Barry?
I am.
David? And then,
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You're older.
Wow, I thought you were going to say something nice. Yeah, this is dramatic. I mean, this is it just blows you away. And so back to the easement that we've talked about and the public access, is that like, if there's 100 folks out there that are holding back, is that item probably the big one for most all of them, that public access piece? Or is there something more deeply philosophical than that?
Most of them are it's about the public access and use. It isn't just public access, it's use. And that, it's like, what is use? What do you mean? What are they going to be doing on my property? The other part of it is perpetual. The project, by law, is not perpetual. It's a 50-year authorization, and if it's not reauthorized, like Sand Key expires in 2043, so if it's not reauthorized, the project's done as far as the Corps is concerned. So I get this question all the time. Why are they asking for a perpetual easement when the project's not forever? And that's a very good question. And we are trying to provide alternative language, runs with the life of the project, things like that that would lessen that, give the property owner the assurances that should the project not move forward anymore at some point in time in the future, that the easement is no longer encumbered either. But right now, they've not been willing to change that language. The third category of individuals is just, it's a philosophical land rights matter, personal land rights matter. And that I've had people say, it doesn't matter what you put in that easement, Kelly, I'm not signing it.
This is also, like, I mean, when you see stuff like this, and you get another one that comes through and nothing's been done, this becomes like almost a public safety issue. So we're not talking about like philosophical issues of we're trying to protect people's lives and property. And
we will be with the temporary measures that Barry mentioned. We had a meeting with DEP yesterday. We had a meeting with our consultant firm this morning. And the Corps, we learned today that the Corps actually has some expedited permitting processes for projects as a result of Idalia. And, of course, there's Senator Rubio and Scott's bill would offer great benefit to our projects with regard to the emergency funding for projects. It would waive the easement requirement. If that moves forward, that would be a game changer for this. But in the interim, to your point, that's why we're looking at some of these interim protective measures. They can be deployed very quickly. Volusia has installed over 4 miles of these protective measures. They've been in place for 10 months post-Ian, and they're working very well. It's not a permanent, it's just to help buffer wave action and things that's coming in from other storms. Because we're in the heart of hurricane season for Pinellas County. And, winter storms can be just as brutal on our beaches with those winter fronts that come in and cause erosion. So it's very important that we get something in place while we're working on the bigger picture.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you,
Commissioner
Madam Chair.
Lottbauer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. When the hurricane passed us last week, it was like 125 miles offshore, correct?
I think it was 80.
I'm sorry?
I think it was about 80 miles offshore.
So based on these pictures, it's not going to, by any means, make a direct hit or take a direct hit to cause some of these houses to be floating in the Gulf of Mexico?
No, it actually won't take much more in some of these areas where, you saw some of the houses. They are really right there.
Will our sand consultant person be there tomorrow?
No. You're talking about the person we hired from the Corps?
Mm-hmm.
No, he went up. This is the Corps' meeting. Frankly, we need to go, but we know what's going to be said, So the Corps has not backed down. This is going on 5 years. They've dug in harder, and that's the reason we're really trying to strategize about how to come about this. Getting into a dogfight with the Corps is not working, and so we need to find a resolution that we can actually get through. Right now, we don't have a good answer to that.
I think Commissioner Peters brought this up a couple months ago, that part of their policy had to do with not doing something that causes people to get into a public safety situation or not harm public safety. And didn't you mention that? That was in their...
Kelly emailed all of us the copy of the policy.
Right.
That's their policy that says that their policies cannot be so rigid as to affect the environment or the economy. I believe it was what it said.
Well, based on those pictures, that I mean, that's both of them.
But it's stated in their policy, but they're being the opposite of what their policy states.
Right.
Right.
They're not honorable, let's face it.
And that's where we're trying to find how to affect that and getting to the right people in the right manner. Confronting them, certainly is not helping. And that's why, is there a better strategy? And I don't want to talk about options and ideas and stuff here, but we certainly will in one-on-one briefs, but we want to talk to the consultant and really think through this, because we need to, obviously, we got to get something done.
Commissioner Scott, did you have a point or a question?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Kelly. I got two questions. Number one, if we don't get all the easements and we end up doing this on our own, what happens to the easements that have already been signed?
Well, we still would need easements. For us to do a project, we would still need easements. The difference is we can require what we want to require in those easements. For example, one of the, sticking points for me is our contract with the Corps. Our project cooperation agreement says that we'll provide easements for the construction, operation, and maintenance of the project. Seems pretty simple. Nothing in there about public access and use. So that is, been one of the questions that we're asking. Why, especially projects that predate some of the rules that they're basing these new policies on, they predate, those rules came after our project. So why not, for us, if we were doing a project, it would be for what we need for that project.
But Commissioner, even what we were saying before, though, before a lot of the areas where we were requiring to get easements, we weren't ever going to touch. Well, that's changed.
Absolutely has changed.
So a follow-on contract is we're going to have Aptum do an entire survey of the beach, and they're not just going to look at what you see, but they're going to go out in the water and what you don't see. Because you can see where the water's coming up. That means that it's lower, that we've lost sand, and it's going out on the shelf. So they're going to do a complete survey of all that. So even where areas where before we didn't need an easement, we need one now. But that may be a construction easement. It's not a perpetual easement, which they're so afraid of. And we have the ability to go in and do things that we need to do legally for public safety. So we would have to handle those differently. But we're going to have to kind of rethink the strategy and what we're doing here.
Right. Well, that answers part of my question, but so we would have to go out and get our own easements, but the permanent easements that have already been signed, are they?
They're good. They're
just
good. They're issued to the county. That's the thing. They're not issued to the Corps.
They're not issued.
They're
The
issued
Corps
to the-
doesn't go out and get easements. We do.
Oh, so they're issued to the county
Yes.
already? So they're not issued to the Corps?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's our obligation in our project coordination agreement, is that the local sponsor is responsible for going out and getting the easements. The Army Corps tells us where we need them, and then we're responsible to go get them.
Okay, got it. So then my second question then, public access and public use, what exactly does that mean? Does it mean that somebody can go out there 24/7 and park their car on somebody's driveway and go out and use the beach?
It does not give anyone permission to violate local ordinances or other state laws that are on the books. Absolutely not. So, some of especially the property owners that have large dunes are protected by the state of Florida. Unless you have a permit to go out there stomping around and destroying the vegetation and destroying the dune, you can't do it. Every single beach city up and down our coast, they have, I think most of them are sunrise to sunset. They have noise rules. They have all kinds of rules for activities on the beach. So it does not give anybody the right to violate a municipal ordinance or a state law, but it gives you the right to act within the law. So if somebody did want to go up and plop their towel and their umbrella, right there, they could.
Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I think that's what the issue is for some of the homeowners. So I have a question, and I can't remember, but to my former House members, when the issue was happening in Paso Grill, remember it was the big thing about persons wanting access to go to the beach? And of course, the homeowners there didn't want persons like walking alongside their house to get to the beach rather than take one of the beach accesses. Can you guys remember how that was resolved? I think Senator Brandy's, I know at the time Representative Wingate Newton was a part of the discussion. Can y'all remember how that was resolved? It was all about beach access, but I don't think it had anything to do with the storms, but it had to do with just having access to get to the beach.
Right.
Yeah,
And
I know
so-
Bel Air has had issues with umbrellas and stuff, but I don't recall that.
There was a state law about when Governor Scott was governor.
Right.
There was legislation that would have limited beach access. I remember that discussion, but I don't remember a specific local impact.
Yeah, I don't even think it passed.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure, that's why I was
That
just
was
trying
the
to see if,
customary use law. The customary use law.
that may have been it. I was just trying to, I remembered that situation, I was just trying to see if there was something within that situation that maybe we could use to our advantage for
The guy
this
in the panhandle
situation.
dressed up as the Grim
Well,
Reaper on the beach.
Jewel can explain all of the intimate details of the customary use laws and what we would have to go through to use them. It's quite a,
And the only reason I recalled it was, I served on the board for AMI Kids Pinellas, and we had one of our facilities on Paso Grill. It was on the opposite side, but when they were having their community meetings and whatnot, because AMI was out there, you know, I went to some of those meetings. But I didn't know if it was something that could be pulled from that.
in order to qualify for state funding, so we get federal funding, and then typically we apply for state funding to offset some of our 35%. And in order to be eligible for that funding, you have to provide public access every quarter mile, and you have to provide so many public parking spaces. And so in order to be eligible, you have to meet those thresholds, and it may have been, we definitely had issues in some of the other cities in making sure that we had public parking, you know, and a few access points. Access really wasn't as bad as the parking element of that was.
I would like to put something on the table that we've kind of all danced around, and Kelly started to allude to it, and then she stopped herself. But look at this, and this is significant because it plays into a question I wanted to ask Chris Rose and maybe Commissioner Eggers when you were talking about the amount of money for reserves, and you were talking about the national standard, financial standard, or whatever. I'm very curious, Chris, if you can find out in that standard, how many other communities mirror what Pinellas County looks like being surrounded by water, number one. Number two, we're talking here about, I heard Kelly talk about work that we had done on the dunes, sand that we had deposited, vegetation that we were trying to get grow, and it was very lush. I can't remember which slide it was on, but now it is all gone, totally gone. So you see up front and personal the impact of what a storm can do to our community, and it wasn't even a direct hit. But now we've got another storm coming through the Atlantic. We don't know where it's going to go. I shudder to think what would happen to some of these beach communities, given that we had that storm bearing down in any manner, shape, or form close to us. And don't you think it's time to develop a policy about how to address this issue of sand? We're talking about spending, I think, millions of dollars to refurbish some of these beaches, correct?
We don't have quite that. We had estimated just a routine nourishment to be at about $50 million just for Sand Key, and additional $30 million for the other two beaches, so $80 million total. I don't have a number of what it is now.
Well, I venture to say it'd be very much more significant.
Yeah, and we didn't include Madeira Beach in that estimate either, and they obviously sustained quite a bit of damage.
So don't you think we need to have a policy about how we handle the beach stuff going forward? I mean, we don't even have beaches now in some places.
If I can, Commissioners, I think you really, we're in, kind of in it to win it with the Corps. We need to resolve that. I understand, Commissioner, what you're saying. You know, you go to other places and you go to, and you have a beach, and then you go miles down the road, and there's no beaches along the way, and then you get to another beach, you know, and then, you know, and we've developed differently. We have 35 miles of beaches, you know, and there's a cost to that, you know, and it's well and good with the Corps of Engineers paying, you know, the bulk of the money. It's a little bit different, you know. So, but if we can try to come back to you with policies or recommendations on how to try and address the Corps. I don't know if we're going to be successful. We haven't been thus far, but we have on board both a consultant that can really navigate some of the language issues and find out where they're willing to bend or if at all. We can also try to get to the key people, and I'll brief you on that individually, but and also the statewide effort. And so if you know between the three of them, then we can decide. We do have legislation that's filed, but again, I don't really believe anything's going to happen in Congress, let alone our legislation getting passed. So, you know, I really don't want to, you know, wait for that to occur. I mean, so we're doing what we can do now on an emergency measure. There's really not much more we can do. And, you know, like you said, you always have the option, you know, of doing it ourselves. There's a significant cost impact long-term to doing that, and we've briefed you on that. Now we've got to assess what that impact is based upon the new, you know, configuration. But
Commissioner Peters has a question.
So I have two questions. So one, if we're going to do the emergency, which I know you're in the process, so what's the timeline to get sand on the beach during the emergency, to put the emergency sand on there?
I asked Kelly for next week, and she said that she that she had some issues. Maybe just explain kind of what you're talking about, okay? Because it's more involved, and
I know it's involved, and
know.
so, but I'm just curious what the timeline would be just for the
Yeah.
emergency sand. We're not talking about renourishment, just the emergency sand. What's the timeline to get something like that accomplished?
I will get a timeline back to you. We have like I said, we met with our consultant this morning to tell them what we were, well, before Idalia, we had one plan for Paso Grill and Sunset. And now we've had to shift because it's more than those three areas, and the tools may be a little different. So our consultant has a lot of experience, you know, with what's been going on in the East Coast post-Ian, and is going to try to bring some of the relationships and tools that they have been working with to bear here. They understand that this is time sensitive. They, you know, our main consultant, our project manager, he lives here. So he's not out of state saying, yeah, we'll work on it. He lives here in Pinellas County. He's seen it. He's out there. He knows how desperate we are. But they're putting together that plan for us to see, you know, exactly how long it's going to take. If we stay, you know, landward of the mean high water line, then we only need a CCCL permit from DEP. If we do anything beyond that, then we need a Corps permit, and we just don't have time for that. So the strategies we employ really need to stay within that structure because DEP is going to help us get it done quickly. And Barry said that I had authority to utilize our emergency purchasing processes to bypass some of the normal practices to get this done. So we may be able to piggyback on existing contracts that'll allow us to get it out there much, much faster.
Commissioners, there's some of the things that they're talking about require material, okay? And so we don't even know if we can get, you know, the material to do some of these temporary measures. So those are the things that the consultant has to look at. It's not just sand. It's other types of stuff.
Okay, so it's not something that's going to happen in a couple of weeks?
No. Unfortunately, it's not.
That's unfortunate. And so then the other thing that, this whole thing and why the Corps is coming, my big, other than their policy that they're not here tonight, is that if we do the nourishment, I'm nourishment now, not emergency. If we do the nourishment ourselves, the renourishment, it's been stated that we would no longer be eligible for FEMA assistance. And that's kind of that's a big issue. It's a really big issue. So my question is, what does that mean? Are we not eligible for FEMA assistance for a storm? But let's say we had an earthquake, or let's say we had some kind of explosion or something. Is it across the board, no FEMA assistance, or only storms?
It's really just related to our coastal system. It's our structures, it's our beaches, it's our dunes, walkover, all those things. So FEMA, if obviously they're working with us now, and we have citizens that are applying for assistance, and that is related to those damages that occurred on their properties, or if we lost a building, same thing, we would apply for FEMA reimbursement. Parks applied for a lot of FEMA reimbursement dollars for damages within the parks. Because Congress authorized this storm damage reduction project, it is an Army Corps project, it is not a FEMA project, and they will not reimburse us for anything that we do out here. So yes, if there is no middle ground to be found with the Corps, and we design and permit this is not something that we can apply for reimbursement.
And so it's only for the coastal, so for another storm, not for any other kind of natural disaster? I mean, a storm is pretty much our
anything
big...
related
No.
to any damages to our coast, it's a federal project. So if there was some other event that damaged our coast and required restoration, reconstruction, we would not be eligible.
It goes back to the easements. Originally, it was on the beach nourishment, and then they applied it for damages also, that they have to have the easements even for them to come in to restore, and two separate pots, but they're putting the same easement issue on both policies.
I don't know, when you were down at Treasure Island, if you saw the damage to the groin.
I did.
Yeah, so we did apply for that, but they're advising that we probably, even if, we applied for both, beaches and structures, because we know at least that one's damaged, but we suspect some of the other ones also sustained damage. We know the terminal groin at Johns Pass sustained damage. We were on it, we can see the damage. But because those are adjacent to nourished beaches, they're saying they probably will not pay for that unless we have the easements in place for the rest of the project.
And the Corps hasn't provided the addresses for South County easements yet?
The only land request we have for South County is Upham, and of course, it's the 3 parcels at Silver Sands.
I thought it was on Treasure Island too, where they said in the early 60s, and they haven't given us the addresses?
No, and we asked for it again today. That one is very tricky. The first time we placed sand out there was back in the 60s, and obviously the state laws were not in place. We don't have an erosion control line out there. We have an adopted mean high water line that the state has used as a pseudo erosion control line since then, and the Army Corps also accepted that because it just predated the state law. Now they told us that we have to have an erosion control line set. We met with DEP about that yesterday. Normally, that is a 1-year process, and we can't nourish the beach without an erosion control line. So, but the DEP, they have told us that we will be out there with your surveyor, your contracted surveyor, and we're going to get it done a lot quicker. So they said the earliest it could be done is early spring.
Thank you.
Or sunset.
Of next year?
Correct, 2024. That doesn't mean we can't do emergency measures. We will do emergency measures, but we wouldn't be able to do a nourishment, or if by chance we were able to get all the easements because of how damaged it is. I mean, we don't know. We haven't even approached the property owners out there. They may be willing, but we need the lands request that has all the parcels listed so that then we can go and say, okay, here's where we are. We need an easement, and see how they respond to our ask. Can't ask until we have the lands request. there's a lot of plates spinning.
Anybody else? Charlie? Anybody? Well, I don't know where that leaves us, but
Well, Commissioners, we'll be back to you very soon. We're going to complete the damage assessments. We're going to get better ideas from our consultants. Obviously, we're working on the emergency measures. We'll bring those to you when we have an idea of what that'll be. But more importantly, we're going to really try to refine where we go with the core policy, and we'll bring some ideas to you. I'll be briefing you one-on-one on some of those ideas as we kind of get closer, and so we can kind of outline what our choices are. All right, on that down note, but I thought it would be helpful just to see it. I mean, a picture's worth 1,000 words, and it's significant. Okay, the last thing I have for you, Commissioners, is we like numbers to add up and be meaningful. And when we presented our county complex the other day, it didn't exactly make sense. Well, there was a reason for that. The consultants were jumping through the phone wanting to join in, but we didn't have them join in because we didn't think we needed them. However, we have answers for you, okay? And I wanted to put that out. So I'm going to be sending this to you so you can see it there. And the difference is square footage cost was an average square footage cost, including the parking garage. But they don't have the parking garage square footage included into the building square footage. So when you add it, they had it a blended cost. So we have, if you add in the parking garage, which is actually bigger than the office building, 317,000 square feet, 425,000 square feet of parking garage, that gives you 742,000. You do that by the average cost, that's how you get to the total. So the total was right, it's how we get there that required. So what we'll do is I'll send this out to you so it shows you the direct costs, the contingencies and escalation that we're projecting out to midpoint of construction, other indirect costs. So for instance, a parking garage we may or may not need, so we can pull that out. That's one of the things we're going to be talking to you about when we bring into the site. Do we want to do a parking garage, use less of the site, or more surface parking, and reduce that cost down? So anyway, I wanted to, since we did it publicly, I wanted to state that publicly. We'll be sending that out to you literally right now, and so you can review that. If you have any questions, please feel free to give me a call. And that concludes my report, Madam Chair.
all right. Do you want to go, let's go to County Commission New Business, Commissioner? Oh. Oh my gosh, I forgot about YAC. I'm so sorry. Commissioner Peters?
Yeah, so we have 20 applications, which is less than the last few years, but we had a lot of seniors leave. We worked with the superintendent's office to get the word out so that next year, hopefully, we'll have a better attendance of students. But 20 is a great number. They can accomplish a lot, and it's easier to manage than 35. So anyways, that's, we got 20 that need to be voted in to be on that board. And if you all, I would make a nomination to do that, and I hope you all would accept that list of 20.
What are your wishes? Oh, well, it's been moved by Commissioner Peters and seconded by Chris Latvala. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And on that, Nick is leaving. Now we are on County Commission New Business. Commissioner Latvala?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Since on the topic of hurricanes, I wanted to thank our administrator for all the hard work he put in to the evacuation and the preparations that were made in the recovery, as well as his entire team, Kathy, Kelly, and the rest of the folks, as well as thank you to Sheriff Gualtieri and our superintendent for the work that they did. The other day, I went to a Habitat home dedication in Clearwater, and I wanted to give a congratulations to Miss Witherspoon and her entire family for realizing the American dream of being homeowners. And a thank you to Jason Clement and his entire team, at Sports Facilities Group in Clearwater, who was the main sponsor of that project. And also, this week, I attended the Lift Academy ribbon cutting. And they do wonderful work also in the city of Clearwater, and really all of Pinellas County, with the students and families that they serve.
Excellent. Thank you for all the work you've done. Commissioner Eggers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too wanted to echo the comments that Commissioner Latvala said about Barry and his staff, all the partners around the county, probably 24 emergency units for each city, and the groups that get together, and the work between the sheriff and police departments and the first responders, and just amazing to see all those pieces in moving motion, and there's really a song coming from it instead of, just, clanging bells, just really in tune, and they work so well together. I'm just really proud of, I certainly didn't do it justice at a meeting this morning, just trying to explain the complexities that go on in the different group meetings, and just trust me, you need to be proud of your county and your cities. Just really amazing work. Went to the Mayor's Council yesterday, just so you all know. They actually, I guess, from what I've heard, they let me speak. And I was first on the list, so I didn't know what my time frame was. So, not that I, talked too much, but they said, "Well, you took up our whole time." I talked for about 5 minutes and just, updated them on some things. And I said, "Well, you should have put me at the bottom of that group of speakers, then I would have had a better sense of how much time." But they were very happy that we were back in the group, and it was a good meeting. And of course, as you know, they're only doing 3 meetings plus the Christmas celebration meeting in December. But anyway, just a reminder about the Army Corps Town Hall. If folks are out there, it's tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. And Curlew Hills, 10 o'clock on Monday, is a 9/11 ceremony. Really, really good if you get a chance to try to get there early. It starts at 10, so 9:15, 9:30 would be advisable. It gets really crowded, but continues to be a growing audience for that, and I'm glad to hear it. We're getting more and more kids at it, who weren't, probably many of them weren't even alive then. It's hard to believe that this happened. It was 25 years or 23 years ago now, or 22 years ago. But in any event, 9/11 ceremony at Curlew Hills, 10 o'clock on Monday, and that's all I had, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Peters?
I know I was walking the beaches with the mayors on the beach communities, and then again, you heard I went up in the helicopter with the sheriff's deputies to view the damages in the county from the storm. Been working with the Coast Guard. They are doing their 9/11 Memorial Climb event with the Rowdies, and they first responders from all over climb the stadium up and down the stairs to equal the number of steps that firefighters took to get up in the Twin Towers before they collapsed. And it's a wonderful event. It's the 3rd year they're doing it, so if anybody wants to participate, it would be great. They're hoping to have 300 participants this year. They had 155 last year, and it's great to see our firefighters and our police departments and our Coast Guard come together united that way. It was wonderful last year. I look forward to it tomorrow, and that is tomorrow.
Did anyone pass out?
No, not yet.
How many steps is it? Do we know?
They do 25 times up and down the
Okay.
stadium, and I don't know how many steps that is. Nick did it last year, but he did 28 because, he's a ranger and had to show off to the in front of the Coast Guard people. So I don't know if he's still in the
He
room,
left.
He left.
so he did it last year, but again, he did 3 more rounds than the rest of them did. But he was not dressed in full gear like the fire department was. So I think they just snubbed him on that one. But anyways, we're also setting up a meeting with County Administrator and Sector St. Pete and Air Station, because affordable housing for the Coast Guard personnel is, they're driving from Lakeland to come into Air Station, and even farther east. And so we're hoping that maybe we can come up with some solutions to partner with the Coast Guard so that their men and women don't have to live 2 counties away or 3 counties away to to serve our communities. So hopefully that goes well and we get that going. We're also working on, we have an issue with our policy, and Nick's been working with Jules' department on dangerous dogs. And we have an owner of 4 dogs who doesn't keep them secure. And the dogs have attacked a dog, killed a cat, and then bit a Amazon driver. And our policies are so vague that there's nothing we can do for the owner to be more responsible for these dogs that go in a pack and are dangerous. And so we have met with some legislative, of our delegation to see, and Nick has come up with some language that maybe can help us. It's language in Washington State that can help. Because if those dogs kill a child, in Pinellas County, it's only a second-degree misdemeanor, even though they have a history of being violent. And so, I don't think I'm okay knowing that.
I'm not okay with that.
It's not, I'm not okay with this. So Nick has been working on it. We have floated it with our delegation. We hope that they might be successful in coming up with some solutions. The reason our policies, just for the history, unless Jewel wants to correct me, is we had more stringent policies. When we enforced them, there was a lawsuit, and we did not prevail in that lawsuit, and so we had to change our policies to mirror the state's policy. And the state's policy are so vague that there's little to nothing we can really do to enforce this. And so Nick is working on it, and hopefully that will be handled by the state. I also attended the Lift ribbon cutting, and also Madeira Beach has a great 9/11 event every year on September 11th, so they will have an event as well. And FAC was very generous and decided to appoint me to 4 different committees, so I'll be on the Water and Environment Committee, the Health and Safety and Justice Committee, the Federal Committee, and the Presidential Select Committee on Preemption. And NACO has put me on the Human Service and Education Steering Committee, and the Opiate Task Force meeting that was supposed to take place the 30th of August was rescheduled for, I believe, the 27th of September. So they're behind, which Pinellas County is not letting it keep us get behind on our opiate task force process. We were waiting to get clarification from the state. I'm hoping that we got clarification and we can move forward on our normal timeline that we determined, but we'll find out how that goes. So that's that.
Could I ask a question on that?
Yeah.
On the comment that she made on, dogs and issues with that, is it the issue of the penalty for the owner, or it seems like we've had some issues before where we've given warnings to the dog, where we could take the dog, and I just want to make sure that that part of it is still in place. I mean, I've had a couple calls just this past week, and I want to go knock at the door of these homeowners that have the dogs and just give them a, kind of a heads up of how important this is. But is there 2 different issues here that we're talking about? Or?
There's a few issues really at play when you talk about the dangerous dog statute. First, we're confined by state law, and what we can do in our processes really need to mirror theirs. I think that there's long been a feeling that the state law is really not stringent enough. For instance, I know one of the examples Commissioner Peters gave is a dog, the pack, killing a cat, and that act of killing another animal's not enough really under the state statute to get an animal classified as dangerous. So that's kind of one thing that doesn't make a lot of good sense. If it was a human, it might get you there. One of the difficulties really with pack dogs, though, is that quite frequently you don't know which dog did it. And so it's difficult to enforce. And I think that's why, in talking really more with Nick, I think, and one of my staff members starting to focus more on the owner of the dog
Right.
as opposed to the dogs or the animals themselves. So I think it's, good to work with. I think it's something that probably our animal control, our animal services staff agrees with. But there's definitely some changes that could be made. So I think it's a good effort to move forward with input from Doug and his staff. And I know my staff, has talked to Nick as well.
To clarify, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, this is a statewide issue, though.
Yeah.
Okay? And so it really is going to need support of FAC There was bills filed last year. There's been bills filed the last several
Right.
years that haven't moved, and they were pretty much directly on this target. So just for us to put it on the legislative agenda, we really need FAC or somebody that leads a statewide effort in order to be able to move something like that.
So our Southern is going to look into, they're contacting the sponsor of that bill to find out what the issues were.
Yeah.
And in this case in Seminole, they killed the cat, attacked another dog, but because the dog didn't require sutures, we can't do anything. And then he attacked an Amazon driver, but because the driver is concerned about immigration issues, he refused to sign a issue. So, and he attacked the man's face. So he was attacked in the face and bit in the face, which is pretty serious. So it has escalated significantly. And if it's a small child and it's just a second-degree misdemeanor, that's it. And I'll tell you, if that's my grandchild or my child, I'm not okay with this, not at all, not at all. So anyways, Southern's going to check with that sponsor of the bill.
They are, but this is going to come before you, so it's currently not on our agenda. If we're going to add it, it's going to be before you at your next meeting, so the 21st.
So, I mean, if Southern comes up and tells us that, the speaker is never going to hear this, then, that's different. But we're hoping that that the language we got out of Washington may, and Nick made some changes where he knows, kind of what they might not go with. We're hoping it's more amenable, and there's a chance, but we'll see.
But you'll see it on the 21st.
Yeah.
The state legislative agenda will be before you on the 21st.
Commissioner Justice?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of things. I want to thank the Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber for their annual tourism breakfast the other day and congratulate Senator Hooper for his recognition for his good work. I want to thank the St. Pete Chamber for hosting the seminar, The Economics of Multifamily Housing, which was an interesting talk with some of our developer partners about how they actually go through the process of financing apartment buildings and multifamily development. So that was really, really illuminating. And then lastly, I just want to thank City Manager Bart Diebold and Deputy Chief Rob Engel from the City of Pinellas Park. Got to tag along with them on the Alive Day with Mike Delancey's group with the Wounded Warriors last week. They do a bike ride, the 13 miles through the City of Pinellas Park to celebrate Mike Delancey's Alive Day and all the good work that he's doing in the community. And
Were you riding the bike?
I was tagging along on a ATV to assist any bicyclists that needed help along the way.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's along my speed, Charlie, so you and I would have been together. Just want to, as everyone else has done, thank staff for everything that they did related to the hurricane in St. Pete. Unfortunately, we had some people who didn't leave, and they needed to have a water rescue out. So hopefully more people will listen next time and not have to have that happen to them. We had our final meeting for T-Barter on the 25th. The final audit that we had was clear, so all of that is handled. Boxes are being packed up because all of those documents have to go to Tallahassee. So David and Melanie is the Chief Financial Officer, and David Green, of course, was the Executive Director. They'll be just handling the final few things to close everything out, but we had our final meeting, so that was kind of sad. I had a chance to tour the St. Pete Free Clinic for the new location that they received the funds from us, the T-Barter funds from us, which is at a former warehouse district area on 22nd Avenue and 31st Street South. So they will be, I believe, a very welcomed accessory to that community for the services that they'll have there with their administrative offices. And then the backside where the warehouse is for storing food products, fresh fruits and vegetables, and other things that have to be refrigerated. And I also tour, even though I've been there several times, I went to the facility that's off of 2nd North and 9th Street. So it was nice to spend time with Jennifer Yeagley and her staff. They also have opened a fresh produce component on the corner of 22nd Street and 15th Avenue South. I went through there yesterday And it was very busy, but that's really good because since that's considered a food desert in that community and there's no grocery store, at least residents are able to get fresh fruits and vegetables if they're not able to make it to a grocery store in time. So that was really good. Hats off to them for that. The NAACP's Freedom Fund Banquet is back. That's going to be held on September 16th, and that will be at the Hilton Carillon. So I'm really excited to see that back. The Sickle Cell Banquet that Mary Murph has every year, it started out mainly because her two daughters were diagnosed with sickle cell, and from that point, it has just grown. That's going to be this coming Saturday at the University of South Florida Event Center, and I have the pleasure of serving as the moderator for that event, so I'm looking forward to that. It raises money for research as well as some financial support for some of the families who have family members, children that are suffering from sickle cell. Of course, the Florida Association of Counties Policy and Innovation Conference will be the 13th through the 15th. So I know a couple of you guys are going. I look forward to seeing you there. We have a lot to discuss regarding policy and what's going on in the state of Florida and how we will come together as an association to assure that everyone is well represented when we are lobbying or having that dialogue and discussion with our senators and House members. So I'm looking forward to that as well. The issue related to the Sunrunner and unhoused persons utilizing the Sunrunner to get out to St. Pete Beach and then remaining out on the beach, which it's unlawful to sleep on the beach, and then committing other acts that are unlawful. Not talking about the fair portion, only the portion related to what can we do to work with those individuals who may be going out there doing those types of things. So there will be a meeting on the September 13th at 10 o'clock at PSTA to discuss that and how we can try to come up with some solutions on working with persons who are going or utilizing the Sunrunner to go out and then to stay out on the beach and do things that really they should not be doing. We've invited all of the organizations that deal with the homeless community through the HLA, COC, PIMS, Directions, the Call group out of St. Pete, so that we can all just try to put our heads together and see what we can do to work on that piece. Certainly, my prayers go out to the individuals who were stabbed at Countryside High School. Unfortunately, a student stabbed two other students. Those students were in stable condition, so I was excited to hear about that. I'm really happy to see the immediate response that was conducted by the school police as well as staff, making sure that parents were notified as it related to the safety of those students that were still on property, and then closing school out and having the parents come pick them up, and then notifying the parents and the families about what had happened and what additional protocols would be put in place following that, and then providing certainly social workers and therapists in case the children needed someone to talk to, or even the staff. So thank you to School Superintendent Kevin Hendricks, the school board, and certainly all of the staff, team members, and families, as well as scholars at Countryside High School for what you did to help alleviate that situation. I have a chance on Monday to tour the Ronald McDonald House, so I'm excited about that. They've done some upgrades and some changes and expanded their services. We still have families that come here because they're needing a place to stay while their children are receiving much needed medical care at, some still know it as All Children's, others call it John Hopkins. So I'm looking forward to that tour. And Career Source, we had our financial audit committee meeting, and that was on the 23rd, and that also was a clean and clear audit. So whatever happens as it relates to our merging with Hillsborough, we know that our financial picture is in the best of health. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Flowers. Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, first of all, to start off, I also want to thank Barry and all the staff. I sat on all of the, the calls and was quite just impressed with this well-oiled machine that was going on behind the scenes that our residents will never see. Just kudos to just the quick reaction and quick response and all the hard work that went into it. And I hope you guys were able to catch up on some sleep over the Labor Day weekend. And I was at Reddington Beach Town Hall last night and was trying to explain, as you said, Dave, that it's hard to explain to people what's actually going on behind the scenes. I mean, there's so many moving pieces that it's hard to articulate that. But Reddington Beach was very appreciative of the county, the fact we got out there so quickly and got the pump stations back up and working and got the roads cleared. So they were very, very thankful for that. And probably one of the highlights this past Friday, my assistant Bobby set up a boat tour courtesy of Madeira Beach Commissioner Anne Marie Brooks, along with Tristan, Representative Cheney's aide, and Olivia, Representative Luna's aide, to take a boat tour and be able to get a water view of the damage to the beach. Well, while they were about a half a mile off of St. Pete Beach, they found a flamingo struggling in the water. Apparently had been caught in a rip current or something and been dragged out and was swimming and exhausted. So they threw a towel over this flamingo and they were able to pull it and rescue into the boat and rescue the flamingo. And we got in the boat and then it kind of keeled over and kind of stopped breathing, and they thought they had lost it, and then it started breathing again. Eyes opened up, and they brought it back to land. And by the time they got it back to land, it was standing up and it was clucking, and they were able to get it to the seabird sanctuary. Well, they named it Peaches. So they named it Peaches. So Peaches at the seabird sanctuary, and is resting and eating and getting up back to health and doing very, very good, and is set to be released this weekend. It's going to be reunited with the flock, I think out at Fort DeSoto somewhere. Don't quote me on that. But so yes, so thank you to Bobby and to Tristan and to Olivia and Anne Marie Brooks and going out there and saving some wildlife. So
Excellent.
In addition to that, I also did a tour of Sunstar before the hurricane, which was very good. I also was able to do a historic tour of Innisbrook, which was really interesting to see that behind the scenes. Had a Sixth Circuit Juvenile Justice meeting where we had a presentation from AmSkills, and I will be at. The last 2 years, I've been at the Curlew Hills for their 9/11 ceremony, which is incredibly good. This year, I will be at Madeira Beach. So I look forward to that. And I also want to thank our sheriff for being very responsive to that 76-foot yacht that sunk out off of Bel Air Causeway over the weekend. I went out there this morning, and it's still there, but there's crews working on it to float it and tow it up to Tarpon Springs, where it has to be held on to for 45 days and then be disposed of. But anyways, he was able to, get, normally it takes 21 days before you can remove a derelict boat like that, but because of the environmental issues surrounding that one with some leaking fuel, he was able to get that done in 3 days. And so just want to thank him for his quick response
So
on that.
did it just break loose from its mooring, or how did it end up?
No, it was this was a boat that was damaged in Hurricane Irma, I believe it was. I think somewhere in South Florida, perhaps. And somebody bought it as a salvage and did shoddy repairs to it and parked it out there. So it was a derelict boat, and there was a problem in that area with about 8 to 12 boats that just kind of call that area home. So I've been talking with a lot of constituents about that. which is a conversation that we probably need to have with our, probably here at a workshop and probably with our state delegation to see what we can do with that. But anyways, there were shoddy repairs, and this boat was parked out there, and the owner claimed that a wave from the hurricane came over the bow and sunk it. Well, it's a 76-foot yacht sitting in the intercoastal, so I doubt a wave came over the bow and sunk it. It was just,
Seriously.
crummy repairs, and it sunk and was just it's just sitting on the bottom. So creating a problem and an eyesore for everybody. But anyways, the sheriff is on it, and he's handling it, and I just want to thank him for taking care of that.
Good.
That's all I have.
Good. My report will be very brief because I'm saving most of it for our joint TDC meeting, in which I hope to give Brian Lowak front and center to talk about our recent trip to Brazil. I thought it would be a great opportunity for him to highlight the important things that we think we accomplished while we were there. And also, you'll be hearing some more about a potential new governance model that I would like us to discuss for the TDC, that in the work and homework that I've been doing over the last, as long as I've been chair, it seems to be the new best practice that's being adopted nationwide for tourist development marketing organizations, and I think it's worth a robust conversation about whether or not we ought to consider parts of doing that here. I will be attending on Saturday night the Tampa Bay Area Chiefs of Police Foundation annual gala, and I am also very pleased to have been at the Honoring Community Leaders Breakfast that was put on by Robin from the Tampa Bay Beaches, Robin Miller from the Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber, and it was nice to see Commissioner Eggers and Justice and Barry at the Community Leaders Breakfast. And I also, Barry, on behalf of the entire board, think it would be so appropriate if you would, in your meetings that you have with all of our county staff, to express to them how deeply appreciative the county commission is for their hard work and their dedication to our county. I don't think we spend enough time really thanking them. Not every organization has people as dedicated as ours to the mission that we're all working on, and I think it's a time to really do something extra special for all of them when they go beyond, above and beyond every day for us. So, and that's all I have. And we have, yes, Commissioner Eggers.
Real quickly, I kind of forgot, one of the things that came up yesterday at the Mayor's Council, nothing for us to talk about today, but just think about, and maybe part of our legislative delegation discussion is this movement from Form 6 to Form 1 to Form 6 for these elected officials that, you know, most of them are, you know, not high-paying positions. And
Right.
it's really starting to have major effects on some of their boards. People are either stepping down or they're not choosing to run. I almost think it's like, well, if they make more than the House representatives and up there, then maybe they need to file a Form 6. But if they don't, the Form 1 is plenty good. I just think it's a major problem, one of those unintended things that people don't think about.
And there's no reason for it because they don't do anything once it's filed.
No, well, that's a whole different topic.
Well,
but
I've already looked into
Yeah,
that because
yeah.
I was of the same mindset.
Yeah, I just
Why are we
think-
doing this?
Yeah, I just think it really, anyway. So I
hear
just
you.
think that's something we need to think about, talk about before the legislators come, and I'm sure we'll get nowhere with it, but they need to understand,
What
they need to
about
understand
the-
loud and clear what what problems it causes. So, thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else for the good of the order? No? Okay, then we are adjourned. And don't forget, we're right back here at 6 for the most important, one of the most important meetings of the year. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for coming back for our very important meeting to adopt our Pinellas County budget for the year. So without further ado, Barry, do you want to kick us off, please?
Well, yes, Commissioner, so here we're,
Oh, well,
that keeps us on our toes. Obviously, the budget hearing process is very specific. It's prescribed by state statute. And so as we get into, between the chair and myself reading these scripts, it's not that we're trying to be, rigid or anything, but by law, we have to read and follow those scripts and stuff. So I'll outline kind of the budget as part of, as we go through the process. But I think we can just begin and announce that this is the public hearing for the 2024 tentative millages and tentative budgets.
correct. So I do have, just for your edification, one comment card. Shall we take the comment from our citizens first? I think that's probably appropriate. Madam Clerk? Yes? So Christine Smith, would you please, are you here? Okay, please come forward and give us your address, and you will have 3 minutes to, yes, right up here.
The one with the mic.
That one right there. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Thank you. My name is
welcome.
Christine Smith. I am a resident of Pinellas County. I'm also a resident of Clearwater,
Address, please.
1034 Sunnydale Drive, Clearwater.
Very good, thank you.
First, I want to apologize. There was a guy in a suit walking in the building, and I had a loud outburst on the pedestrian crosswalk. And the guy I apologized to said he didn't hear me. I don't know if it was him, but I want to apologize to whoever heard me screaming at a car. So my apologies. So
It will hit you.
I'll try not to have those outbursts here. My apologies. It's like, watch out for that woman. Okay, I got 2 minutes, 22 seconds left. So what I wrote, yeah, as you know, we're all in lean times, and I'm only one of thousands of current property insurance, only one of thousands of current people whose property insurance has tripled. My Florida homestead portability after my mom's passing was not enough to offset my taxes from quadrupling with the proposed budget increase. With a tax increase in any part of Pinellas County or city of Clearwater, I believe it's a burden to ordinary citizens to even consider a tax increase and just leave it at the status quo. With all the increases in property value, the percentages of tax revenue should be enough money to not have to raise anyone's taxes to make a budget. The only thing I would agree to for an increase would be a 7 to 10% raise for all hourly workers within Pinellas County. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so now we're going to start the public hearing on the budget, and I am going to proceed slowly to give everyone a chance to understand and hopefully have your questions answered if they haven't already been. So has there been any correspondence received regarding the tentative millages and tentative budget?
Madam Chair and Board, 3 letters in opposition and have been received by the clerk, and 25 phone calls were received by the Office of Management and Budget regarding the tentative budget.
Okay, and were they opposed to it or for it? Or all over the board?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Rose. The 3 that the clerk received were in opposition.
Okay. Oh, questions. Okay, good. Thank you. And now we are in our open hearing. So again, good evening to everyone that's here and/or listening. Tonight's public hearing is the first of 2 public hearings for the consideration and adoption of the FY24 millages and budgets. Before we get started, I'll walk through the sequence of events for tonight. The county administrator will present changes to the proposed budget since it was originally presented to the board on July 18th. The county administrator will provide a budget overview presentation that incorporates these changes. We will accept public comment on the following property tax levies and budgets by the following taxing authority classification. Excuse me. The BCC countywide levy for the Pinellas County General Fund and the county levy supporting the Health Department Fund. The levies for dependent special districts and unincorporated area municipal services taxing units that going forward will be referenced as MSTUs. Dependent special districts include the Emergency Medical Services Authority and Pinellas Planning Council, and MSTUs include the unincorporated area municipal services taxing unit, Public Library Services District, Palm Harbor Community Services District, Feather Sound Community Service District, East Lake Library Services District, East Lake Recreation Services District, and the Special Fire Protection Districts. If anyone wishes to speak regarding the tentative millages and tentative budgets, you should have already filled out a blue card. If you have not yet filled out a card and wish to speak, please see the staff seated by the entry door and they will assist you. For all the pre-registered online participants, you will be instructed at the proper time to raise your hand in the virtual meeting. Well, we're not having a virtual meeting tonight, right?
That's correct, Madam Chair. There's no one registered.
Thank you. After hearing all public comment, I will ask the board if they recommend any further changes to the tentative millages or tentative budgets. If so, I will ask the board for a motion and a vote to adopt any changes. Finally, we will adopt the resolutions for the FY24 tentative millage rates and tentative budgets, which will be the basis for the final budget public hearing that will be held on Thursday, September 19th at 6:00 p.m. In accordance with Florida statutes, the tentative millage rates will be adopted first, and the tentative budget will be adopted for each taxing authority. Before we begin, if anyone has specific questions or concern regarding the assessed value of their property, exemptions or classification related to your property, or information on the trim notices tonight, we have staff here with us from the Pinellas County Property Appraiser's Office. If anyone would like to speak with them, please follow them at this time and they will answer your questions. For those, okay, so we don't have anyone. So is there anyone that, okay? He is standing right over here if you wish to speak with him. Thank you. All right, we'll give them just a minute. Continuing on, Florida statutes also provide that a taxing authority may adopt the tax levies and budgets of all its dependent special taxing districts and MSTUs by a single unanimous vote. However, if a member of the general public requests that the tax levy or budget of a dependent special tax district or MSTU be separately discussed and separately adopted, we will then discuss and adopt that district's tax levy and budget separately. At this time, is there any member of the general public here attending our meeting in person that requests a separate discussion or separate adoption of a tax levy or budget of any dependent special district or MSTU? I believe the folks that had a question already left, right, Della? Yeah, okay. All right. Since we have not heard from anyone requesting separate discussion and separate adoption of any dependent special districts or MSTUs, we will proceed with adoption of the tentative millages and tentative budgets for the BCC countywide levy for the Pinellas County General Fund and the county level supporting the Health Department Fund, and then for the dependent special districts and MSTUs by single unanimous vote. We will now open the first public hearing on the FY24 millage rates and budgets. Madam Clerk.
This public hearing is being held in accordance with Chapters 129 and 200 of the Florida statutes. The meeting has been duly noticed by the property appraiser's mailing of the trim notice.
Thank you. We, the Board of County Commissioners, as taxing authority for the BCC countywide dependent special districts and MSTUs, as previously referenced, will now proceed with the public hearing. In accordance with Florida
that's
statute. Oh,
You're on a roll.
I was on a roll. What can I say? Go ahead.
I get to do something.
Yeah,
all
you
right?
do. Go ahead.
All right, so in accordance with Florida statutes, I want to publicly note that the percentage increase in the millage rates for all budgets over the rollback rate, based upon the maximum rates on the trim notice and subsequent decreases to such rates, to fund the FY24 tentative budget is a 8.46 increase over the aggregate rollback rate of 5.8963. The primary purpose for the increases in the millage over the rollback rate are due to the following. In the general fund, in unincorporated area MSTU, and in the Emergency Medical Services Authority, revenue increases are required to support personnel and operating expenditures that are driven by inflationary factors and board priorities. In the Pinellas County Planning Council, revenue increases are required for the same purpose as per the request of Forward Pinellas. In the Public Library Services District, MSTU, the Palm Harbor Community Services, MSTU, the Feather Sound Community Services, MSTU, the East Lake Library Services, MSTU, East Lake Recreation Service, MSTU, and 7 special fire protection districts, revenue increases are needed to support increased expenditures by the agencies providing services to those districts. In the other 5 special fire protection districts, the revenue need remains flat due to those districts having sufficient reserve levels to provide for future planned capital along with property values that can support annual operations. Chairman, before we begin the 2024 budget presentation, I want to note a schedule of changes to the proposed budget that was distributed to the board on September 5th of 2023 and attached to this agenda packet and available online. Modifications include changes discussed at the BCC meeting or work sessions and technical adjustments related to accounting presentations, updated information, correction, and minor changes. We'll now begin with a budget overview. The 2024 proposed operating budget, as proposed on July 18th, is $2,801,879,950. The capital budget, as proposed on the same date, is $1,057,034,110, a total of just over $3.8 billion. As you know, the departments under the County Commission are proposed to grow at 2.9%. This budget is largely a result of unfunded mandates by the state of Florida, contractual increases, and employee raises. There are only 4 new general fund positions added to the 2024 budget, and they are a direct result of a state unfunded mandate on the supervisor of elections. This is to scrub voter data rolls. As noted before, we have 2 straightforward changes in the proposed budget. The operating budget, we're recommending the $23.6 million opioid abatement settlement funding be added to the budget. It's not in the general fund. We received that afterwards. And in the capital budget, to allow us to spend ARPA funds faster, we are recommending moving just over 7.6 million in the American Rescue Plan funding to penny projects, reducing the penny accordingly, and returning the move of $3.6 million in penny funds to partially replace the funding necessary. We've went over this budget repeatedly over the past since July 18th. As we said, we have 21 property tax rates. 13 of them are proposed for reductions. Of the 8, we're proposing them to remain flat, which includes the countywide general fund millage. As you're also aware, the sheriff's budget, proportion of this budget, is growing by $40.2 million. That includes $9.5 million to keep his salaries competitive with local law enforcement agencies right here in Pinellas County, $13.1 million to absorb a legislative mandate for increases to his cost in the Florida retirement system, $7.1 million for a contract cost increase for jail medical costs, jail inmate food, and vehicle replacements, a new jail management system of just over $4.7 million. We have other constitutional officers included within this budget, $2.3 million for the supervisor of elections for the cost of administering the next presidential election, $657,000 for the tax collector to keep his salaries competitive. In the BCC departments, $1.9 million of unfunded mandates for us to pay for the Florida retirement system, $1.9 million for health insurance increase for the general fund departments, over $8 million of contractual increases spread throughout for things like Duke, or for electric, maintenance and repairs. All these contracts you've seen over and over throughout the year have simply increased. So as you can see, this is a bare bones budget. There's nothing new in it. It is continuing the service level as provided, but it reflects the cost increases that we have discussed previously. That concludes the budget presentation. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Barry. Are there any questions from the board on the presentations? Commissioner Peters, do you have? No? Commissioner Eggers?
Yeah, I just wanted to know when it would be appropriate to make a couple of comments.
Okay, we'll get back to that if it's okay with you. Commissioner Latvala? You're good? Anyone over here? No? Okay, we will now continue this public hearing as taxing authority for the BCC countywide dependent special districts and MSTU levies as previously referenced by taking public comment from citizens who wish to be heard regarding our FY24 budget. And I do believe that I had all of the blue cards for public comment. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, and is there anyone else here? I guess everyone is, oh, okay. So, Commissioner Eggers, do you want to make your comments now or later on?
When it's appropriate, I'd like to do it before you vote.
Okay, whatever you prefer.
Please be patient with me. My comments are probably reflect a lot of folks' feelings around this dais, but I know we have the same kind of intention to take care of our residents. How we get there, it's always a little bit different. So, first and foremost, I think we need to do what we can to assist our taxpayers, especially those who are getting hit the hardest with this tax increase. All of the inflationary pressures that we're feeling, these same ones that are experiencing out-of-control insurance cost increases, other inflationary pressures, making their financial difficulties worse. First-time home buyers entering the housing market and those who are arriving into Florida are also buying for the first time, and any other new construction added tax income. The second group most affected are those who have 10% cap on property value increase, like renters, like affordable housing renters and businesses. The owners of these entities simply pass through the increases in these and other costs, such as insurance, such as insurance. Since 55% of the properties are capped at 3% and 10% on this category, there's a large number of folks who make up those first-time buyers and new property owners coming into the state. Second point I want to make, I'm concerned that we're creating some spending habits that will have to be dramatically changed in the next few years, or an increase in millage will be necessary. Staff said that this year's revenues are covering expenses with no surplus being available for reserves. So reducing the millage rate to reduce the income stream will also allow us to spend within our means. With a 4 to 6% increase in revenues versus that 11.7% that we're talking about. Exploding size of government, not necessarily in people, but in dollars. The reserve level being, the next point I want to make, the reserve level being proposed is 20.8%. We talked about it earlier today. And so we've got a new policy at 20.8%. Obviously, I didn't vote for that. I think it creates an issue. There are other avenues to get monies if we need the monies during difficult times. And as I said earlier, the GFOA, some of the most conservative employees, have stated as best practices a reserve level of 16.7, or approximately 2 months of operation costs. So why the 20.8% arbitrary number? We know if there's a catastrophic issue. I talked a minute about that, just a minute ago about that. It is incumbent on elected officials. Hold on one second. I'll make sure I have the sheets in the right order here. Excuse me. And we also have lines of credit. They're available to a low debt county like us. And reimbursements, even though they take some time, we saw that at the earlier meeting, will be forthcoming. Millage rate, there's millage rate confusion. The current millage is 4.7398. That includes I assume this, and Chris, if you can nod your head, it includes the 2 previous and the newly proposed additional millages. One of them was for transportation stabilization, transportation fund stabilization, and another one for enhanced road service, and then a new one for, I think it was 9th cent add-on? Additional level of service, another 0.0218. The first millage is being added because the state won't allow the gas tax fund to include electric cars' fair share of roadway and won't allow us to index that fund like they do at the state level. The second millage perhaps should be funded by the penny and maybe find projects that could be pushed out. The millage rate in 2019 was 5.275 and would otherwise have been reduced even further. Perhaps it is time to separate out that sheriff's millage so that we can clearly show our residents what our public safety dollars are all about and how much we support that. A couple more points and I'll be finished. Having said all of that, there's a number of state unfunded mandates that we have had to cover. There are salary increases in our sheriff's department to maintain our force levels. There are salary increases with our other staff to try and keep them here. New salary increases up to $3 an hour. I think it's $18 an hour is the minimum salary, minimum hourly rate. There have been some retirement requirements for our first responders, some additional personnel, and our supervisor of election. So I recognize that the budget is tight. We continue to have talks about the bed tax and the restricted use of those funds. The discussions are much needed, are important for a substantial part of the economic success of Pinellas County. Nonetheless, when you talk museums, stadiums, etc., when inflation is running rampant, it is nice to say a small millage rate matters. A small millage rate reduction. I'm not the smartest person in the room. I look over at our staff sitting here, and I certainly can see that a 0.2 mil decrease, or about $25 million, is about 0.8% of our budget, probably less than the total budget than that. Just find it. Find penny money to replace the other capital millages. Reprioritize the $90 million a year we get in penny. The second alternative is to prioritize the state doing something with the gas tax. We have to worry about that in the off season, of course, because we will be talking to them before they go up to Tallahassee again. We could also start to redefine service levels and consider permanently keeping our reduced workforce where it is and not filling the positions that haven't been filled. Our aging workforce, average 52 years old, retires, will begin to replace with younger people at lower salaries and perhaps further provide us an opportunity to reorganize some of our operations. And we could also use some of the reserves each for the next 2 to 3 years as we transition. So I just think it's important that we think about that as we move forward and rubber stamp this budget, that we have some really hurting people in this county. And sometimes symbolism matters. I kind of joked at the Mayor's Council with Mayor Welch sitting in the room, and I looked at all that. I said, you know, even St. Petersburg reduced their millage, and of course, he chuckled and he had a good spirit about him. So anyway, I wanted to make sure that some of these comments were on the record. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. And with that said, our citizen who spoke earlier has asked for a couple minutes to speak again, and out of courtesy for the fact that she is sitting here, please come forward and we'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Eggert. You took the words right out of my mouth. I didn't know many of it, but I have just a comment. This is comment, right? No questions? Just a comment was, when I heard Duke Energy in there and my ears perked up, it's like, why aren't we running on solar? Why aren't we taking advantage of a federal rebate program that we could get money back to put solar in so that we're not running our offices to give the money to Duke, which just got a 15% raise. And I see it in my utility bill. I shut my hot water heater off, and I take a shower once a week. No, I'm just kidding. In the summertime, you don't need hot water because the water is warm enough to take a shower if you turn it all the way to hot. And that way I don't have to pay the electricity to keep my hot water heater on. I turn my refrigerator up. I drink almond milk instead of regular milk because it stays longer in a fridge. These are the things that I do as just a citizen, but there's things we do, and, as you said, smaller government, and I think that's a lot of good ideas were brought up, and I back the man.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving me a chance to say anything.
You're welcome. All right. Anything, Commissioner Latbauer, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I support this budget and the whole because the sheriff needs the money, and public safety is important. The deputies deserve a pay raise, as do our county employees. And like anything, nowadays we are being hit with inflation. And changing of, contracts are changing. But Commissioner Eggers mentioned something that really caught my interest, and that is looking at a dedicated millage source for the sheriff. And that going forward, I think that would be interesting to look at. And then, of course, I wanted to get on my soapbox about the bed tax. And I think that eventually we're going to need to look at the formula that we use for projects compared to advertising. And if we don't have a beach, we're not going to need money to advertise because nobody's going to come here. But looking at the budget in the MSTU section, there are 4 places that I found, to do a full rollback if that's the wish of my colleagues. The Palm Harbor Community Services is getting a $400,000 increase. The Public Library Cooperative, a $1.1 million increase. East Lake Library Services, $100,000, and East Lake Recreation Services is a $100,000 increase. So I found those for possible reductions. It would not change the overall millage. And then also, I think, and I've talked about this a couple times, we need to get rid of our community fund that we have and use our own office budgets.
Is that it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what are the wishes of the Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, back, I don't know, a few meetings ago, I said that my decision package for this year was a full rollback. And recognizing that's probably not realistic this year, considering the unfunded mandates and, the inflationary pressures that we've received. However, just kind of looking at sort of historically here, from 2020, in 2020 we had a $2.4 billion budget, and now we're in 2024, and we're proposing a $3.8 billion budget, which is a 58% increase in 5 years. And my concern is that we're not on a sustainable path, long term. And our population hasn't really increased significantly much since then, so we're really pouring, more burden on a lot of the, the same folks. And, some of the things that you learn in business is, one is that customers will never pay more than you ask them to, And number two is that staff will, generally speaking, never spend less than you require them to. And what I've learned through this budget process is that it's not necessarily our job to determine how the money gets spent necessarily, but it's our job to determine how much money there is to spend overall. And I just think we can do better than this. I mean, a full rollback, not possible. I really don't think that that's possible at this point. But considering, you know, what our speaker said earlier, the feedback that we've gotten, and the feedback that I've gotten generally just from the past 2 years, tells me that you know, people are looking for us to tighten our belts and just do the best that we can. And I just think we can do better than this. And I just hope we can find a way to do that.
Anyone else? Anyone else? Commissioner
I
Peters?
would, thank you, Madam Chair. I would concur on a couple things. I agree with the bed tax review. I think that's imminent, and it probably is going to need to be done. And I do like the idea that Commissioner Eggers brought up about the sheriff's portion. Now, I don't know if legally we could separate out a millage that way. I don't think we can, but we
can.
could possibly publicize
Yes.
that percentage, because the one thing in my experience, even as when I was mayor, is public safety is critically important to our constituents. Police and fire, you know, and in my city, when they wanted to eliminate the fire department, my citizens just went up in rage that the county wanted to go to a 10 to 20 minute response time. People aren't okay with that. And so, so I think letting the public know, because the sheriff has a very large budget every year, and last year we gave him a large number for his cameras, and again, this year he's got a really large number. He comes a lot with really large numbers. And so I think, and a lot of this was unfunded mandate, which is not his fault. And the contracts going up, it's inflation, not his fault. So I'm not knocking the sheriff, I don't want to do that. But I think if the public understood the cost associated with public safety, now, public safety is more than the sheriff, but I really like your idea. I think he's got a really good idea. And I think publicizing the sheriff's portion, the constitutional's portions, it could be all of them, right? So the supervisor of election got an unfunded mandate. And of course, the salary increases, which is across the board, everybody needs them. And even our public comment said we need to increase the salaries. But I think there's nothing wrong with publicizing the constitutional's budget and each proposal budget to let the public know how that money, you know, because when you back out a lot of that budget, then the county budget doesn't look quite as big. And so I really like those ideas. I think Dave had some really good points. And each one of them, I think, have some merit. And so I just wanted to make those comments. I think those are really, really good comments for the future to consider.
Thank you, Commissioner Peters. And I would just like to have a few minutes to make points of clarification for some of you who may not know or have been paying attention. The constitutional officers, of which the sheriff is one, are mandated in our county charter. And right now, we are going through charter review, and we have appointed our Charter Review Commission. And it seems to me that those type of discussions that Commissioner Eggers and yourself were just having might be better addressed to begin with at the charter review, since it would require, unless Jewel tells me I'm totally wrong, we'd have to do an amendment to the county charter, take the constitutionals out, wouldn't we?
We have no ability to affect the offices or roles of the constitutionals. They're provided for in the Florida Constitution.
Yeah,
We are required to provide their budget. And just for information, the tax collector and property appraiser are both entitled to a commission on the collections that they make and the assessments. So that's how their budget is done.
Correct.
Those budgets are really adopted, or approved, I should say, by the Department of Revenue.
Yep.
It does come from county funds, but there's a statutory formula that provides what that is, and it's really approved by the Department of Revenue. Kind of getting back to what Commissioner Eggers suggested and Commissioner Peters picked up on, you already see where you have the health department fund broken out as a separate millage. That's something that this board, many of you may have been here, did several years ago to do exactly what you said about the sheriff, to show what we spend to support the state health department here in Pinellas County. A Board of County Commissioners made that decision a few years ago, and that's why you see a separate millage now, for the very same purpose, was to just illustrate what the amount of money that your general fund that goes to that purpose is. So we've done it before, we did it for the health department. But back to Commissioner Long, we cannot affect the roles or the duties of the constitutional officers, because the reason why we call them constitutional officers is because they're provided for in the Florida Constitution.
Right, but in the sheriff's portion of the budget, we also provide for the courts.
Some costs, yes.
Somewhat, but the statute, those are the constitutional duties and the requirements that are on the counties to support those constitutional duties are provided for in state statute. So you
There you
can't
go.
change those.
So I knew
There,
you'd straighten that out.
there are
too.
discretionary
Thank
things within some of those areas where we have flexibility.
you. Okay.
But we could still publish it, right?
We absolutely could publish the sheriff separately. I actually looked, I've heard you say that before, and I would love to give the sheriff his own millage and us not to have to worry about that, but we can't. It's set up as part of our general fund. We absolutely can do a better job of publishing and breaking down the difference in the offices.
Almost half of our,
Yeah.
What is it, Chris? It's
it's a
in
large
round
piece.
numbers, it's half.
Thank you.
Okay? Yeah? We're good? Charlie?
Well, thank you. And I think to Commissioner Peters' point, all of public safety, especially after what we just went through last week, to have the emergency response and our emergency operations as part of that, I think publicizing it, however you want to do it, and we have it in the budget, but we don't, when we release the news release, we don't always necessarily break it into that nice, pretty pie chart for the public. It's all in the budget, but, and I would love for each of our constitutionals to have their own millage rate and their own taxing authority. I would absolutely love that.
Are we good? We're good. All right. So, and going back to, we have no one else that wants to speak to the budget, correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay. Now that we've heard all of the comment from our citizens as well as from us individually, do any of you have recommendations for changes to the tentative millage rates or tentative budget that we're talking about tonight? Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, and in my comments, I suggested a 0.2 mil reduction and described it as, my original thinking was that we were a blended rate was somewhere around 6 or 7%, the caps that we have to deal with. And I thought if we were spending to a 4% level, it would make some sense, which, turns out to be about 2 or 3 percentage points and about 0.2 mils, more or less. So that's why I was kind of hoping for that 0.2 mils. And I know where I'm falling on this, but I still think that's a good place to be, and would propose a 0.2 mil reduction in the millage rate.
Duly noted, Commissioner Eggers. Commissioner Peters, did you have your hand raised? No, I did not. No? Anyone over here?
Yes.
I have a question.
You have a motion?
No, I have a question.
Oh, you have a question. Go ahead.
Barry, for that kind of reduction, where would that come from in the
So
budget?
how much is that, Chris? 25 million? Well, it's
I think it was about 25.
24 million. It's going to come out of everybody's budget, including the sheriff. There's no way, it's going to, the mandates are the mandates. We got to pay those bills. And I would not recommend we reduce salaries. The sheriff's in the middle of union negotiations because that makes us competitive. So the only place would be to spread it out across the board. That's the only fair way to do it.
What about reductions in those 3 other millages that we've passed in the past and support them with penny money?
So
and
we could
prioritize penny.
So we could, okay, Commissioner, we could, how much? okay? So it's in that 24 million. So what that would mean is for us to reduce the road projects that we've
Whatever's in the penny. I don't know what's in the penny. It's
Well,
all-
no, the additional millage, so the additional millage that we've done the last few years, okay? So we did a stabilization, that's where, and we got caught up on the sidewalks. We gave you presentations on that. Then Kelly come in here several months ago and gave us our gap. That's where we're hitting local roads, okay? So we're getting caught up. So for instance, you all got a letter about from a subdivision that was unhappy it was going to be done in 24 rather than 23. 2 years ago, that subdivision was not on our list. It was not going to get done under this penny because the penny is already overspent because of how much it costs to do roads now. It's more than double. And so we simply have to, if we want to cut from there, we'll just reduce the number of roads that we pave this year or over this next several years. That's where that would come from.
Yeah, it would be over a period of time. I'm not suggesting it all in 1 year.
Well, but it's.
I understand.
But a reduction in millage is recurring. So 25 million this
I know.
year is
And
25 million next
I've
year.
also asked for a reduction in and freezing the number of positions that we have available and how that would translate, and I haven't seen that yet. So I'd like to know what that is. I'd like to have a sense of freezing positions and trying to stop. Commissioner Scott brought up the idea that, the concept of this government growth is just, is it sustainable? And so
I
that's the
understand.
question. And
I would have to go back and prepare that. I prepared a budget, a series of budget service level reductions that totaled $30 million. That's in your proposed budget. Those were giving you, if you say to cut, this is where we would go. Now, this was only on the Board of Commissioner departments. I would suggest that we would take some of these, look at infrastructure, which I really wouldn't want to do because that's just kicking the can down the road. But I would also go to our constitutionals, including the sheriff, and say that there's got to be reductions as part of that. If he's half our budget, he'd have to eat half that cost.
Well, they already have.
Hold on, please. Commissioner Flowers? Oh, no, he can Well, there's a motion on the floor, and,
There's no second.
That was going to be a part of what I was saying.
Okay.
We're following Robert's rules. There was a motion on the floor with no second.
that's right.
So the motion dies for a lack of a second, so there shouldn't be purposes of discussion because the motion died for a lack of.
Well, that was going to be my point, Commissioner Scott.
I will second that motion.
I wasn't finished.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Go on, Commissioner Scott.
I was just going to second that motion so we can continue this discussion.
Okay?
Okay, so since we're continuing discussion, then can I see my other piece? Thank you, I'm sorry. I understand what Commissioner Eggers is saying, but I also know this. Throughout the year, we have had other penny projects that we have shifted and moved around. We have used ARPA dollars to fund certain projects to speed them up and make room, if you will, for other projects to move up on the list for the penny. We have committed the penny for several projects, and we have this huge project that's going to be coming before us, I guess, at our next meeting, that's requesting penny money, additional penny money because of the cost of increase for services. You have all of our costs, and I do appreciate the young lady for her thoughts regarding insurance and all of that. But I will also say for anyone that's listening, Pinellas County government also has an increase in costs. I think it was a 300% increase potential for our health insurance. We've already, I guess, somewhat agreed on the raises and whatnot for staff. We have a cost of increase for our property insurance. So we have costs of increase for us just to do business on a daily basis. And then we've committed to utilizing the penny for certain projects, for certain things. And I think even before I got here, that the commission has done a very good job, which is why the community continues to vote for the penny, because we've done a very good job with the things that they have asked. And it is hard to balance because we have consumers or residents who say they want all of these things, but all of those things cost money. And I look at it as if it's my own purse. I'm not going to borrow money from anybody if I don't have to borrow money. I'm not even going to plan something to borrow money if I have the resources available by which to pay for those things right now. I don't think borrowing funds or thinking about it if something happens later down the road. Something is going to happen. It's just a matter of when and how large that thing will be. So I'm not going to support the request to decrease the mill rate. I believe staff has done a really good job with this budget. I recall in the presentations, part of the lead-off was that whatever positions had not been filled within those departments, they were not filling them. And they were finding other ways to make their departments work. And I believe in the presentation tonight, if I'm correct, there were only 4 positions.
Or new positions.
4 new
that were
positions
unfunded mandates.
That were 4 new positions. So I think staff have looked at their departments and have tried to be as lean as possible, but also stick to what Barry told them, which was, if you're going to ask for something in your department, you've got to find the money within your department, within the money that you have. So they haven't gone outside of that. So I'm going to support what has been presented. I'm not going to make a motion at this time because there's already a motion on the floor, and that motion has to be dispensed with. But I just wanted to share my thoughts on the budget.
All right, Commissioner Latvala.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have great respect for each of you and enjoy serving with y'all. But I'm not going to be supporting this because I don't like the idea of cutting from the budget without knowing what we're cutting. And I especially do not like cutting $13 million from the sheriff's budget. I would support cuts from the budget without harming his budget, because I don't think we need to be cutting public safety or anything like that. And if there's places we can cut that do not harm his section of the budget and maintain a good quality of life for our residents, I would certainly be open to that. But this specific proposal I do not support.
Commissioner Latvala, do you want to make a motion to take
We haven't.
We got a motion on the floor.
We have a
I
motion
thought there was, okay, you seconded it,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, we have to dispense with that first.
Oh, okay,
I'm sorry.
where are we?
I have a comment.
Okay, Commissioner Peters.
Thank you. So I concur with Commissioner Latval on that. This year was probably the biggest unfunded mandate we've received in many years. I mean, the total unfunded mandate is, what, 13, you said 13 million for the sheriff. I remember how much for the supervisor election, but there were 2 other unfunded mandates.
We've got upwards of $20 million, I mean, rough numbers.
Right, okay, so over $20 million was an unfunded mandate from the state legislature. I mean, we've got no control over that. And so, and then if you want to take, and what's the total increase? 20 million was unfunded, and the rest, how much more are we raising?
So it's a total of 55 million, and so out of that, you've got that, then you've got your salary increases, and then the inflationary costs that I outlined earlier.
So, those of you that have paid attention, every year I've asked for rollbacks. And this year I didn't demand for rollbacks mostly because of the state unfunded mandates. Had we not had the state unfunded mandates, $20 million, I would have been screaming about a rollback. Because I don't think we would have needed the money. I get the salary increases and I get the inflation increases, but those unfunded mandates from the state is something that's out of our control. And those were opportunities. Had the state not done this, those were opportunities for us to roll that millage rate back. Those were good, reasonable opportunities. And so, my hope is, for 2 years we've rolled it back because we didn't have those unfunded mandates. We had some costs that, brought us up to speed because I think we got behind on the roads and sidewalks. Is it back because of the recession in 2008 when we did all those big cuts and it took us a long time to get caught up again? Was that, and then the tax, whatever, the gas tax, but did we get really far behind because of the recession and never really caught up?
I can't answer that. I can tell you that we budget an amount of money in the penny for infrastructure for roads, and it's never enough to fully fund up what you need to properly maintain your roads. And if you remember the chart, when Kelly gave that chart, we're putting what we promised in the penny, we're putting more than that percentage into roads to try to get caught up on the backlog to where we're properly resurfacing them and not letting them deteriorate to having to replace.
Right, because replacing costs much more than repairing.
9 times greater.
So, I can't support the motion although in years past, I absolutely was there. And the only reason I can't support it is because of the unfunded mandates that our hands are tied on, we can do nothing about. I think we've been good stewards on how we've spent our money and how we've budgeted this budget, because we would have had $20 million that we could have reduced had the state not done this. And so my hope is next year the state doesn't do a whole bunch more unfunded mandates, and I said this at the workshop, and that next year, and I think there's some really good ideas here. I think there are really good ideas that Commissioner Eggers has brought up and Commissioner Latvala has brought up on things that we could do differently. But I think our hands got tied this year by the state legislature, and they left us with very little options. And so I can't support that motion, although I get why you're doing it, and I agree with your rationale and where you're coming from on it, but not this year. But next year, I would expect this administration to come back if there are not unfunded mandates, and hopefully the sheriff understands that,
I've discussed it with the sheriff.
So, I think next year, it's a whole different conversation, but unfortunately, I cannot support this.
All right, so thank you, Commissioner Peters. Do we have anyone else? We have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
The motion failed. Commissioner Latvala, do you want to make a motion to subtract the 15 from the budget?
I would like to make a motion to cut the community fund, which is in the amount of $15,000. I'm sorry, the voice from above. I would like to make a motion to cut the community fund portion of the budget in the amount of $15,000.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'd second that.
Okay. And do you want the record to reflect that it's 15,000 per commissioner? Or per
It's
district?
a total amount.
Okay, all right. Okay, so all those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay. That motion passes with 1 nay vote, and that's Commissioner Flowers. All right, now we are back on our script, right, Barry?
Correct.
All right, so may I have a motion to adopt the tentative millage?
Move approval to adopt the tentative millage
No,
Okay,
wait a minute.
with the reduction of the $15,000 from the community.
yeah.
No, his millage was just the 15.
Are you on page 4, Madam Chair?
Yes.
The top of page 4?
No, I'm in the bottom where it said,
You got to start at the top. Start at the top of page 4.
I thought we did that. All right, sorry. Now that we've received all the public comment, the board must now consider the resolutions to set the tentative millage rates and tentative budgets. As stated earlier, we will adopt the tentative millage rates and tentative budgets in the following sections: BCC countywide and dependent special districts and MSTUs. The resolutions adopting the millages and budgets require a unanimous vote. If a unanimous vote is not received, we will need to adopt each of these separately. These resolutions adopt the tentative millage rates and tentative budgets. The resolutions for adopting the final millage rates and budgets are scheduled for the next public hearing on Tuesday, September 19th, 2023 at 6 p.m. I will now ask the county administrator to proceed with the readings and for marketing of communications to display Schedule A that will be referenced during the reading and vote. Oh, my.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I will announce each resolution separately for the board action. Per Florida statutes, the board will vote on the tentative millage first and then the tentative budget for each taxing authority. We will start with consideration of the BCC countywide millage rates and budgets, which include the Pinellas County General Fund and the county levy for the Health Department Fund. For the Pinellas County General Fund and the county levy for the Health Department Fund, I recommend adoption of the tentative millages as outlined on Schedule A, which is in your packet and being displayed on our display here and posted to the county website.
All right, may I have a motion to adopt?
Move approval to adopt.
It's been moved by Commissioner Flowers, seconded by Commissioner Peters. All in favor of the tentative millage rates proposed above, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Now we have to go over to the other script.
Keep us on track here, Chris. So I'm sorry, but I don't want to get confused on this.
It used to be you had to read them individually, but I thought we changed it to group them together.
What? No, I don't. I'm looking for it.
Which,
I'm on a different page because he printed out large for me, so it's 9A.
do we have to do all of the
9A
alternative?
is-
So starting from the very beginning? Okay, so it's
Oh, I thought we
alternative
did it
script.
different.
No, there was no request for a separate discussion.
Yeah, so I thought you can just.
It was
group them
just
all
a separate
together.
millage, so.
No.
Commissioners, Don Kroll from your county attorney's office. What I would suggest you do is you take each of these millages for the general fund and then subsequently for the health department fund, one at a time. Take a vote on each millage and then each budget on each of those two. Start with those two general fund ones, and then you can take a separate vote on all of the dependent special districts and MSTUs. If that passes by unanimous, you can move forward with that.
This is on page 5 of your packet. That's where the, page 4? Okay, page 4 of your packets. We don't have to go through page 1 through 3, Madam Chair. So
I've got
on your
so many of
alternative
these
script,
here, I don't know where we're
page
It's this
4,
one, right?
okay? And that's where it begins to go, each one of them. The other one, if we were separating them out,
Page 1.
okay?
I'm on page 5. Well, last year we did them in a grouping and it wasn't a unanimous vote.
Help her.
Oh,
No, these are,
okay, all right, because I was about to say, we grouped it together last
It's
year.
right here.
Wait a second, is this the alternative one?
Yes,
so it is on your alternative script, page 4.
right, that's where I am.
Well, she's
Okay.
got different paginations because it was printed in a
No.
different
The
font.
page numbers are different on hers.
Oh,
But
Okay.
we got it. We got it.
okay, so
I've got it.
you got it, so we're going to start at general
That's not
fund.
it.
Here's page 4.
It's,
I don't know, because I don't know what it's showing up on yours.
it starts here, man.
Oh, well, that's not page 4 on the attachment.
Okay, well, so here, so if I follow my script, I'm going to cover each one of these. That'll be, so Madam Chair,
Yes,
I will cover each one individually. And so after each one, what you're asking for is a motion and a vote, okay? And then I'll move to the next one,
okay,
okay?
yeah,
Are we good?
yeah.
All right. So for the general fund, I recommend adoption of the tentative millage levy of 4.7398, which reflects a 10.51% increase over the rollback rate of 4.2889.
May I have a motion to adopt the tentative move? Do we, okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Justice. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay. Any opposed?
Nay.
I recommend, so that was the levy. I recommend adoption of the tentative budget.
Second. Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Flowers and seconded by Commissioner Peters. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Commissioner Eggers and Scott have voted no.
Oh, and if I could have a clarification, as amended, we mentioned the amendments earlier.
Okay, as amended.
Is that agreed? Okay.
Yeah.
Next is the Health Department Fund. I recommend adoption of the tentative millage levy of .0713, which reflects a 0% increase over the rollback rate of 0.0713.
May I have a motion to adopt the tentative millage? It's been moved by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Peters. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The motion passes.
I recommend adoption of the tentative budget.
It's been moved by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Peters. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Any opposed?
Any opposed? No. The motion passes.
Now we're on to Emergency Medical Services Authority. Under the Emergency Medical Services Authority, I recommend adoption of the tentative millage levy of .8418, which reflects a 6.52 increase over the rollback rate of .7903.
May I have a motion to adopt the tentative millage? It's been moved by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Justice. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The motion passes.
Because we didn't have a unanimous vote, we have to do them individually.
No, I thought he just said we could do all the dependent districts.
You could, we can go back and do all of the MSTUs and dependent special districts by a single unanimous vote. They started to go through them one by one. We can do it either way. I mean, it's belt and suspenders to do each of them. I didn't want to throw off the process, but
Okay, so
we can go back and do
do you-
all of the dependent special districts and MSTUs as shown on your screen here below.
There's a ton of them. If we're comfortable doing
Well,
that, we can do that.
Are we sure we're going to get a unanimous vote?
I'll make a motion to do all of the special districts and MSTUs.
It's been moved by Commissioner Flowers, second.
And just for clarification, Commissioner Peters, you're talking about at the tentative millage rates depicted on the screen currently on Schedule A.
My motion is amended to reflect what the attorney just stated.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Flowers. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Are you kidding or are you serious?
Right back on track.
Well,
This
you're-
is what I was mentioning earlier.
Oh, okay, so if,
Now you gotta do
wait a minute.
Back to the.
You could amend, you could have a motion, you could make, yeah, you could do all except the four mentioned by Commissioner Latvala, and a single vote, and then vote on them independently.
You gonna make that motion, Commissioner?
Yeah, so,
Not the budget.
I apologize, voice from above. I move to approve that entire list with the exception of the Palm Harbor Community Services, Public Library Cooperative, East Lake Library Services District, East Lake Recreation Services District.
So we're going to vote on those four next.
We're going to vote on those four next.
Well,
So you got a motion, a
So we can
second?
take,
Oh, a second? You got a second. You seconded. Brian seconded.
okay, well, just for discussion, I'm a little uncomfortable voting for all of those things. I thought we were talking about the 15,000. Because we don't know if our citizens.
We already did that.
Oh, we did? Okay, sorry.
So now it's everything up there except for four of them that he identified.
All the Palm Harbor stuff.
Palm Harbor and East Lake.
he wants to,
In the library district.
he wants to take those separately.
So this way, everything else we'll do at once and then those individually.
Okay, all right, all right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Great.
Motion passes.
Then we just
You need to adopt the budgets.
And I recommend adoption of the same budgets.
It's been moved and seconded that we adopt the tentative budget.
Who's the second?
And so all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Okay.
Then the motion passes.
Now you're down to the, so here, we'll just do them one by one. So, Public Library Services District, I recommend adoption.
Page are you on, Barry?
I'm on page 5.
Okay, I got it.
On the alternative, on the Public Library Services District, I recommend adoption of the tentative millage of .5000, which reflects a 10.69% increase over the rollback rate of .4517.
May I have a motion to adopt the tentative millage?
Move approval.
It's been moved by Commissioner Eggers, second by Commissioner Flowers. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Okay, then,
And I recommend adoption of the tentative budget.
all those opposed? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Okay, 4-3.
Motion fails.
No, it passes 4-3.
Passes.
You guys are making... No public library
it's-
services.
It's, that passed 4-3, okay? Now, this is for the Palm Harbor Community Service District. This requires 5 of 7 votes to pass. I recommend adoption of the tentative millage of .5000, which reflects a 9.39% increase over the rollback rate of .4571.
May I have a motion to adopt the tentative millage?
Move approval.
It's been moved by Commissioner Justice, second by Commissioner Flowers. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
This-
That motion
Sorry.
fails because it requires 5 out of
The
7.
motion fails, so there's no Palm Harbor.
One thing that I want to point out is this does say that there's 5 of 7. That's ultimately what has to happen at the final adoption of the millage. Technically, I believe for this tentative, you only need a majority on these.
Okay. So it passes tonight, but for those that are opposed, then we need to be thinking about what would take to pass a budget at the final budget hearing.
For the,
And
Madam Chair. So we can have that, we have that discussion tonight. We haven't heard one peep out of any of us about these budgets over the last 3 months, so this kind of surprises me. So I'd like to have that discussion. Can we get that together for the next meeting, for our final budget meeting?
You can have it, you
mean, I
can
don't-
have it
I don't know
tonight,
what-
or you can have it
Okay.
2 weeks.
Is there a way for me to change my vote?
You can amend it.
On which one are we?
I do think that the community center does an outstanding job, and I do agree that Dave Eggers, we haven't discussed this, and I know we all want to save the taxpayers, some money, but I don't think this is significant enough to, this is pennies on somebody's tax bill for the savings that we would incur. So that 9%, Chris, what is that number? We talking a couple $1,000, $20,000?
Well, and if I could just interject one thing, as Don has corrected, and I'll ask him to confirm this, really, the 2/3 majority is required to adopt the final budget?
Final budget?
So if
You all are
wanna
voting
amend
on
your vote,
tentative
you can do it
budgets
at the final
tonight.
budget.
Okay,
Villages.
Sorry,
Villages, we
villages
haven't gotten to the
and budgets.
okay.
So you
I
can
just-
always, after this, go down, you just can't go up.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
So again, I'll stick with the question. Is there a way that I can change my vote that's appropriate? That it wasn't a nay
Robert's
and it was a
Rule of
yay?
Order says that if you are on the prevailing side, you can bring a motion back to the floor. So you were, whoever's on the prevailing side, you voted no.
I
But
voted no.
whoever's on the prevailing side could bring it back to the floor for a vote.
So can,
I'll bring it back to the floor for
Okay.
consideration.
so if you have to do the vote over, I don't remember all my Robert's rules, so.
I love that. I love that Robert's Rules person.
So I do
'Cause I
love
don't
that
know.
person. I am not that person.
We'll be talking to her, Dr. Flowers, here in no time short.
So.
I know you are.
So do we have to re-vote then, Jewel?
Yes.
Okay. So it would be the same motion, all in favor?
All in favor?
I'm sorry, let me stop you.
I know, what are we
The
voting
motion to
on?
reconsider your previous vote was made by
Commissioner
Janet.
Flowers.
Commissioner Flowers. Was there a second on the motion to
Oh,
reconsider
I
that?
got it.
Don't
And
me for everything.
is there a vote on
I
that
thought you made a
motion
motion.
to reconsider?
All in favor of the motion that has just been discussed
Aye.
to reconsider, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Any opposed? Move approval of the Palm Harbor.
That's that Boston, that
I'm
Boston.
telling you guys,
That's that
late.
Boston. You need an answer.
it's Maine.
It slips out.
Man,
Let
well,
the record reflect.
Do we have a second?
Yeah.
Okay.
All in,
So just to clarify, we're moving approval.
okay, let's bring it to order here.
So to clarify, the motion on the floor is to move approval of the Palm Harbor Community Services millage
Tentative
as
levy.
reflected on the screen.
.5000, which reflects a 9.39% increase over the rollback rate of .4571.
Good job, Dr. Flowers.
Good job, Madam
Right.
Madam Vice Chair. Thank you. All right.
She's talking about for FAC. For the Florida Association of Counties. Yeah, she's talking.
So we have a
We
motion.
have a motion, second.
Was there-
May I have, okay, so all those in favor of the motion, please vote yea.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay.
Who said
5-2.
Madam Chair, who was
I-
the first and the second for that vote?
Commissioner.
First?
Flowers. And
It was
second
Dave
by-
Eggers.
and
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Eggers.
I recommend adoption of the tentative budget.
Okay.
Second, good.
Any opposed?
Oh, we have to say yes or no.
Oh, yes or no?
All in favor?
I don't know.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Okay, that was a 6-1.
6-1, the motion passes.
All right, on to Eastlake Library Services District. I
We didn't do
recommend,
Featherstone.
you did Featherstown.
Okay.
He only pulled out 4.
Oh, and they pulled out 4.
He pulled out the Library Cooperative, Palm Harbor, Eastlake Library, Eastlake Recreation.
I got it.
Yeah, that. Library and recreation. Correct, you did Palm Harbor, and you did the Library Cooperative. Okay, now we've
now
got
we have Eastlake and
Eastlake
Eastlake.
Library and Eastlake Recreation.
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
So Eastlake Library, I recommend, this is for the Eastlake Library Services District. I recommend adoption of the tentative millage of .2500, which reflects a 7.94% increase over the rollback rate of .2316.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Justice. All those in favor, please say yes. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
I recommend adoption of the tentative budget.
It's been moved by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Justice. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
On to the final one, which is Eastlake Recreation Services District. I recommend adoption of the tentative millage of .2500, which reflects a 7.94% increase over the rollback rate of .2316.
May I have a motion to adopt the tentative millage? Been moved by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Eggers. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
I recommend adoption of the tentative budget.
Move approval.
Any opposed? The
We do
motion
yay
passes.
first. We haven't done the yays first. We have to do yays first. We got a motion and a second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say yes.
Aye.
Aye, okay, and any opposed? The motion passes.
Okay, and if you go,
Oh, he looks like a traffic cop.
I may have missed it, and perhaps the clerk can correct me, but I don't believe there was a vote on the budget of the EMS authority, so we need to make sure we get that.
EMS
We
not-
voted on the millage, but I don't believe the budget.
Oh, that was the last one that we did before we separated it?
Correct.
Okay, so this is on the Emergency Medical Services Authority. You approved the levy, so I recommend adoption of the tentative budget.
Oh, move approval, yeah. Motion, yeah, thank you. Sorry, I'm getting confused now. Dave Eggers made the motion, Commissioner Scott made the second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes.
So back to the close of the public hearing. It's on the last page of your first packet,
First packet.
or it could be the last page of this packet too, I guess.
Okay, with that, unless the board members have any further comments, this first public hearing for the FY24 budget is closed.
Commissioners, please note that the county will advertise the budget summary, the notice of tax increase in advance of the second public hearing in accordance with Florida statutes. This notice will be published in the Tampa Bay Times on September 17th. The second and final budget hearing will be on Tuesday, September 19th at 6 p.m.
Okay.
Good job.
Are you kidding? That was horrible.
Are we adjourned, Madam Chair?
Yes, we are adjourned.